We are going to start the second session of the presiding officers of the Parliament segment with the representative of the Democratic Republic of the Congo. Democratic Republic of the Congo. You have the floor. The Democratic Republic of Congo. Oh, so you have Nigeria next. Okay. So the Republic of the Congo is not up. Mr. Akipo from Nigeria, not here either. So we move on to Guyana. Mr. Nadir from Guyana. Mr. Nadir, Guyana, you're up. Thank you very much. I have two lists now. You have the floor, Guyana.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, first, my congratulations to you on taking the chair at this moment, but more particularly to join in welcoming Jamaica, our sister CARICOM country, back to the fold of the Inter-Parliamentary Union. Mr. President, this issue of science, technology, and innovation, and harnessing the developments in science, technology, and innovation is going to go beyond what we hear today. Where science, technology, and innovation is concerned, the issue is going to be like the COVID vaccine. Who owns these, and how are we going to mobilize the resources to harness it? And this is the larger issue. If there isn't a mechanism for groups like the UN, the IPU, to take ownership of science, technology, and innovation and make it readily available to the other half of the world, all we will see is an increase in the disparity between the developed, the developing, and the least developed countries. So I wanted to make that statement loud and clear that science, technology, and innovation is in the hands of the private sector. And the only way we can get it is if there is collective ownership for humanity.
Can we have,
if we do not have this, then what we are doing here will be in vain.
Sorry, Speaker. Could we have some silence and respect shown to the Speaker, please? I can't hear him. I suspect he probably can't hear himself. Continue, please.
Mr. President, I'll make it easy for you. I will stop here and cede the additional time for Guyana to our Attorney General, who will speak later. Thank you very much.
The next speaker is Nigeria. Nigeria, you have the floor.
Yet, Your Excellency, the President of IPU, who was here a few minutes ago, the Secretariat, most distinguished colleagues, it is with great honor that I address this distinguished assembly on behalf of Nigeria's Parliament. The General Debates Team, Harnessing Science, Technology and Innovation, STI, for a more peaceful and sustainable future, resonates deeply with Nigerians' ongoing journey towards building an equitable and prosperous society, where technological advancements are at the forefront of our development agenda. I would like to take this moment to commend the leadership of the Inter-Parliamentary Union for their steadfast commitment to engendering peace, democracy, and sustainable development through parliamentary cooperation. In Nigeria, we recognize that STI holds the key to addressing many of the most pressing challenges of our time, including climate change, poverty reduction, and the creation of more peaceful, inclusive society. We believe that for science and technology to drive sustainable development, they must be harnessed for the public good, ensuring that no one is left behind. Our legislative and executive actions clearly reflect Nigerians' commitment to harnessing STI. In 2022, for example, Nigeria's parliament passed the Nigerian Startup Act, a landmark legislation aimed at engineering a conducive environment for technology and innovation startup. The Act provides a legal framework that supports innovation, entrepreneurship, and digital transformation in our country, helping STI startups to thrive. This law also emphasizes public-private partnerships, knowledge transfer, and incentives for investment in emerging technologies. Building on this momentum, under the leadership of His Excellency President Bola Ahmed Tinubu, Nigeria is now working towards the adoption of a national artificial intelligence policy framework led by our Minister of Communication, Innovation, and Digital Economy. This policy will pave the way for the ethical use of AI in addressing key challenges, from automating agricultural processes to enhancing healthcare delivery. We envision a future where AI optimizes wage employment rather than undermines it, ensuring that automation leads to job creation rather than job destruction. Artificial intelligence and its impacts on democracy, as well as human rights and governance, is real. Ladies and gentlemen, as digital transformation accelerates, the rise of AI brings both opportunities as well as challenges. In Nigeria, AI is emerging as a powerful tool in sectors such as governance, finance, child services, and public administration. Yet, as with any technological leap, we must be mindful of the risk. Artificial intelligence, while enhancing efficiency, raises concern about data protection, misinformation, and job displacement. The integrity of universal electoral processes is a global imperative, and recent developments in artificial intelligence are posing threats to this, especially the spread of disinformation and cyber vulnerabilities in the election system. Irrespective of this, Nigeria continues to support international efforts to develop inclusive, to develop transparent and ethical AI framework that protect human rights and democratic values. We call for AI responsible use to safeguard the integrity of democratic processes, particularly against threats such as deepfakes and the spread of disinformation. As a country that champions democratic governance, Nigeria seeks to lead in discussions on AI, role in protecting the rule of law. Our ongoing development of the national AI policy will establish the legal foundation necessary to protect citizens' rights while enabling innovation to strive. Distinguished delegates, we must also acknowledge that STI, despite its immense potentials, can widen the gap between developed and developing nations. Bridging the global technological divide is an urgent task, and Nigeria is ready to play a leading role in this endeavor, particularly within the African context. As a participant in the African Continental Free Trade Area, Nigeria is advocating for regional cooperation to create digital economy hub that can empower African countries to compete globally. Our vision is one where knowledge transfer, where capacity building, and where infrastructure investment enable us to close the technological gap and ensure that no region is left behind. Ladies and gentlemen, to this end, Nigeria is committed to increasing its investment in digital infrastructure, particularly in underserved rural areas. We are actively seeking partnership with global stakeholders to support our efforts in building a resilient STI ecosystem that can accelerate sustainable development and create opportunities for all. The pace of technological change has often outstripped our ability to develop regulatory frameworks that keep it up with it. In Nigeria, we recognize that adaptive, inclusive, and forward-looking regulatory approaches are necessary to navigate the complexities of fintech, AI, and other emerging technologies. In 2019, we made strides with the introduction of Nigeria Data Protection Regulation, which set the foundation for safeguarding personal data. In conclusion, I reaffirm Nigerians' commitment to harnessing the power of science, the power of technology, the power of innovation for a more peaceful and sustainable future. Through international collaboration, robust legal frameworks, and investment in digital infrastructure, we believe that STI can drive global peace and prosperity. We call upon the global community to support this effort and work together to ensure that technological advancement are a force for good in every part of the world. Thank you very much for listening, and God bless you.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Nigeria. Up next is the Democratic Republic of the Congo. Democratic Republic of the Congo, you have the floor. Followed by Namibia and Azerbaijan.
Madam
President, ladies and gentlemen, presiding officers of parliaments, heads of delegation, ladies and gentlemen, parliamentarians, ladies and gentlemen, I should like, on behalf of the delegation of the Democratic Republic of the Congo, to bring you warm greetings from the people of the DRC and His Excellency Félix Antoine Tshisekedi, President of the Republic and Head of State. Greetings then to this 149th Assembly of the IPU, being held here in Geneva. It is an honor for my delegation to take part in this debate on harnessing science, technology, and innovation for a more peaceful and sustainable future. This is an area of particular interest to the DRC, my country. Science, technology, and innovation do give our states the opportunity for areas of mutually advantageous cooperation. STI can also generate wealth for the good of humanity and for peace building. AI is currently introducing revolution and underpinning STI, particularly when it comes to the diversification of our economies, and this with respect to youth employment and security. with a view to contributing to the advancement of STI, a number of initiatives have been taken in the DRC. These initiatives involve both the government and the parliament since President Tshisekedi came to power. With respect to the government, we have, for instance, the National Fund for STI. We have a Congolese Scientific Engineering Forum held annually. We have reached a number of different partnership agreements dealing with value chains and strategic minerals, this particularly with Zambia. We've been working on electric batteries. My country is open to such partnerships with any other country that might be interested in working with us. The Parliament of the DRC has for some time now working on legal policies and frameworks for science, technology, and innovation. At the last session of our legislature, there was a digital code adopted, for instance. When it comes to AI, we must bear in mind that this is an area that requires strategic minerals, copper, lithium, cobalt, and many others. My country, the DRC, is one of the world's producers of these vital minerals. Despite this mineral wealth and despite our determination, the DRC is not, despite its wishes, in a position to contribute to AI development. This is because of aggression, looting, and the illegal exploitation of these resources by neighboring countries, in particular Rwanda. This is a situation that we have had to endure for some 30 years now, and it is indeed a threat to international peace and security. Because of this, we are unable to play our full role in peace building for the world. Throughout the world, there can only be progress when there is peace and security. That is why my delegation has proposed an emergency item, and that is a consideration of the situation in the eastern part of the DRC. And we would invite delegates from all of the parliaments represented at this 149th Assembly to support us. We would hope to have the resulting resolution adopted unanimously. We hope that the legitimate representatives of the world's peoples will no longer remain silent on this catastrophic situation that we are having to deal with. Mr. President, ladies and gentlemen, heads of delegation, ladies and gentlemen, parliamentarians, colleagues, we would appeal for solidarity and cooperation among our parliaments, our governments, and our countries. We would particularly urge that there be such cooperation in the area of STI, as well as the protection of the environment. This is indeed the greatest challenge facing humanity for its very survival. I would like to thank you in advance on behalf of the Parliament and people of the DRC for any time you might have for the draft resolution that we will submit to you. Thank you for your kind attention.
Thank you very much. The Democratic Republic of the Congo, Namibia. Namibia, the floor is yours. Thank you.
President, Wanda is raising the hand.
Thank you very much, Presiding President, members of IPU member parliaments, distinguished invited guests, ladies and gentlemen, I'm delighted to address the 149th IPU Assembly here in Geneva under the theme Harnessing Science, Technology and Innovation for a more peaceful and sustainable future. My address this afternoon will be twofold. Firstly, I will address the Assembly on the theme. As alluded above, thereafter I would like to conclude on a personal note. The theme for the 149th IPU Assembly and related meetings, Harnessing Science, Technology and Innovation for a more peaceful and sustainable future, provides yet another opportunity for us as parliamentarians to harness our collective resolve and energies to science, technology, and innovation. Science and technology and innovation play a central role in human development and must be seen as a primary mechanism for achieving the Sustainable Development Goals. As a supreme law-making institution and the agents of people's well-being, parliaments must respond to ensure the benefit of science and technology and innovation reaches all segments of our society. We are obliged to guarantee the promotion and adoption of effective, inclusive, people-centered policies and legislation on science, technology, and innovation to ensure that no one is left behind. Ladies and gentlemen, as we all know, the digital gap is now a worldwide concern, and this is an opportunity time for us to impact it. Therefore, as parliaments, must be our primary objective to work together to build a cooperative projects, unify digital regulations and standards, and establish a framework for cross-border digital trade and cooperation through international collaboration, global partnerships, and funding. Conversely, as Parliament, we need to enhance our capacity to utilize scientific evidence in law-making and oversight scrutiny by establishing dedicated science and technology committees, strengthening the role of parliamentary research services, developing stronger relations with research institutions, and provide training for parliamentarians. By adopting these strategies, we ensure that Parliament can better harness scientific evidence to craft effective evidence-based legislation and ensure that laws are grounded in a reliable and current knowledge. Ladies and gentlemen, as we reflect on these considerations, let us remember that our action today are seeds planted for future generations. It is of utmost importance for parliamentarians to anticipate the long-term benefits of such a development by ensuring that legislative and policy, database, foresight, and scenario planning tools, as well as public and stakeholders engagement platforms are in place. By leveraging these tools and resources as parliamentarians, we can better anticipate and navigate the long-term impacts of our decisions, ensuring that science and technology and innovation contribute positively to future generations. Lastly, I urge IPU member states to enact laws that establish ethical standards in science and technology and innovation development, as well as to oversee the implementation of ethical guidelines and laws, ensuring that ethical considerations are integral to the development and implementation of ethical frameworks for science and technology and innovation. Ladies and gentlemen, before I conclude, allow me to address you As I'm concluding my tour of duty as the head of the Namibian parliamentary delegation to IPU, it has been a privilege for me for the past 10 years to lead the Namibian delegation to IPU assemblies and related meetings. As I close IPU family, Namibia has played an active part in promoting IPU global vision. Together we were those that have come before us. With some of you, we have been able to shape the strategic direction of our organization. Today, as I am concluding my tour of duty at this global stage as the head of the Namibian delegation, I can confidently attest that IPU is indeed in good hands. Things that were unimaginable a few years ago have come about to form our real work today. It has become a reality. And I remember when my predecessor, the late Dr. Theoben Gurira, took IPU presidency in October 2008, the first question he asked the former Secretary General, Anders Johannesson, was whether the IPU had a strategic plan, a plan that was guiding the work of IPU. We did not have one at that particular time. As we are now today, we have been able to produce the first ever IPU strategic plan covering the period 2012 and 2017, entitled Better Parliaments, Stronger Democracies. Since then, we never look back, but continue to build on that particular success of a strategy and remain on course to do so. We have produced that important document that have guided the work of our organization. And that has been done through various intervals to shape our organization's strategic direction. Therefore, I count on myself fortunate among our generations of leaders who have been part of this organization and work to shape the IPU global vision on various platforms with the global community. I will forever remain grateful to my parliament for granting me this rare opportunity to be a member of this global organization. And as I conclude, I pay tribute to all members of parliaments of IPU for the commitment and contribution we have collectively made towards our organization. Sometimes we had differences which were often important or profound. However, we have demonstrated our overriding commitment to uphold the ideas and vision of our organization. For me, that matters the most. Together we have achieved a lot under the umbrella of IPU. As I move on, I do that with a happy heart and a clear mind. With time, we will continue to overcome many challenges and make the world a better place for each and every one of us represented here. My colleagues from Namibia, we were able to deliver one IPU president. My colleagues from SADC region, we were able to deliver 2 IPU presidents. My colleagues from Africa geopolitical region, we were able to deliver 7 IPU presidents. Lastly, as a democratic institution, our organization was able to lead 31 democratically elected presidents across its geopolitical regions. Indeed, democracy is shining in IPU family. We are one safe and one together committed to maintain peace and stability. God bless IPU community. God bless each and every one of you present. God bless our organization, IPU, and I thank you.
Thank you very much, Namibia. The Maldives, the floor is yours. Followed by Azerbaijan.
بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم الحمد لله رب العالمين والصلاة والسلام على أشرف الأنبياء والمرسلين وعلى آله وصحبه أجمعين. Honorable President of the IPU, Honorable Secretary General of the IPU, Honorable Speakers of Parliaments and distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen, Assalamu alaikum, good afternoon. It is my honor to address this assembly on the theme Harnessing Science and Technology and Innovation for a More Peaceful and Sustainable Future. Madam President, today's discussion is timely and crucial. As technology advances rapidly, we face both promising opportunities and serious challenges. And our responsibility is clear. It is to use STI to create a world that is peaceful, sustainable, and just. The UN's Pact for the Future, adopted last month, emphasizes the critical role of science, technology, and innovation in addressing global challenges and shaping a sustainable future. SDG 9 on innovation and infrastructure, SDG 17 on partnerships provide a clear roadmap for our efforts. These goals, along with the Universal Declaration of Human Rights, remind us of our duty to ensure that scientific progress benefits everyone. Madam President, as you know, the Maldives is a small island nation vulnerable to the impacts of climate change. We recognize that science, technology, and innovation are essential for driving development and addressing our most pressing challenges. At COP28, President Dr. Mohamed Muiz announced two significant initiatives. The Maldivian government's commitment to providing 33% of the nation's electricity from renewable energy within the next 5 years, and the launch of a national campaign aimed at planting 5 million trees. These efforts reinforce our vision to become a nation centered on sustainable energy with a green and clean atmosphere. For us, leveraging STI to build resilient infrastructure, develop sustainable energy, and protect our precious marine ecosystems is not merely about progress, it is about our survival. Madam President and distinguished delegates, parliaments have a vital role in closing digital gaps between countries. Significant gaps continue to exist in digital access and infrastructure. In the Maldives, we take pride in noting that our People Majlis is first parliament to fully transition online during the pandemic. To further strengthen on focus on technology, the People's Majlis has established a standing committee on ICT. This committee evaluates the performance of national organizations such as the National Center for Information Technology and the Maldives Communication Authority. The Maldives is also expanding the use of AI to enhance public services in critical sectors like healthcare, education, and social welfare. We are also employing AI-driven technologies for environmental monitoring and erosion detection to safeguard our vulnerable ecosystems. As President Dr. Moise also underscored during the plenary of the Summit of the Future at UNGA 79, the Maldives is making significant investments in advanced digital infrastructure to empower young people with access to cutting-edge technologies. He further emphasized that his government is working towards creating a fully digitized economy, driven by artificial intelligence, which is projected to contribute up to 15% of the nation's GDP by 2030. Madam President and delegates, as artificial intelligence evolves, parliaments must balance innovation with regulation. Parliamentarians must also play a key role in protecting democracy. As we all know, disinformation and misinformation threaten democracy. We must stay informed about AI developments, and by working with experts and the community, we can ensure AI benefits humanity. In addition, parliaments must play a crucial role in developing ethical frameworks for STI, in alignment with the IPU's Charter on the Ethics of Science and Technology. We must also ensure that research and innovation are conducted with integrity and respect for human rights. In closing, as we harness STI for a more peaceful and sustainable future, let us remain guided by our shared commitment to justice, equity, and human dignity. Madam President and delegates, as we are gathered here, let us also empathize with the struggles faced by the Palestinian people. And I call for an immediate and lasting ceasefire in Palestine. Similarly, I urge the international community to support stability in Lebanon, where a humanitarian crisis is unfolding. I call on all parties to end the conflict and halt strikes to prevent further civilian suffering. Conflicts of this nature have profound and far-reaching consequences. Together, let us build a future that is more peaceful, sustainable, and just for everyone. I thank you.
Thank you very much, Maldives. Azerbaijan is up, followed by Eswatini. Azerbaijan, you have the floor.
Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, dear participants, I greet you all as a general debate of the 149th Assembly of the Interparliamentary Union and wish our deliberations to be successful and productive. Dear participants, science, technology, and innovation have always been central to development aspiration of societies. Today, their critical role in achieving sustainable development goals has been widely acknowledged. Indeed, given that STI are closely related to most of the SDGs, they have enormous potential to make a crucial impact on the realization phase of the SDGs. Unfortunately, according to reports, with only 5 years remaining before the expiration of the 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development and its 17 Sustainable Development Goals, only 17% of SDG targets are on track to be met on time. This is quite a worrying situation. Global community has put forward determination to achieve its collectively defined development goals for the benefit of all. Until now, dozens of resolutions, declarations have been adopted. Many forums have been held where clear intentions and commitments have been articulated. Instead, inequalities still remain. Several challenges slow down and even set back progress. The gap between developed and developing countries further widens. Taking into consideration the current situation, it is high time to take real steps and provide viable solutions. Dear participants, talking about the role of science, technology, and innovation in building a more peaceful and sustainable future, the issue of their accessibility and affordability comes to the forefront. If they are only accessible and affordable to developed countries, communities, and individuals, then such a situation will not provide any solutions, and negative impacts of any given challenge will only further increase. The lessons of the COVID-19 pandemic, when certain countries tried to prioritize their own needs for vaccines using their technological advantages, should not be forgotten. If we aspire to achieve collective realization of SDGs and thus leave no one behind, STI should be accessible and affordable to all. Developing countries should identify the measures that are needed to integrate science, technology, and innovation policies into their national development strategies. But this integration should be promoted through extensive cooperation in financial and technical assistance, capacity building, technology transfer, sharing experiences and best practices. Let me say that parliaments can and have to play an active role in creating a favorable environment for promotion of STI, formulating national development programs, supporting technology sharing and contributing to strengthening partnerships between the countries. In this context, I would like to commend the role of the Interparliamentary Union, which not only possesses political will, but also practical tools to drive Parliament's joint efforts forward and make their voices heard. Dear participants, science, technology, and innovation maintains a central place also in my country, Azerbaijan's development agenda. SDG goals and targets have already been incorporated into national development plans and strategies. Modern innovations and competitive human capital are one of the 5 priority areas of the new socio-economic development strategy until 2030. A digitally focused society that supports cutting-edge technology industries and innovation, increasing the technological capacities of the economy and are envisaged as the driving force for development. Besides, STI are important driving force for Azerbaijan's activities in developing its renewable energy potential and establishing green energy zones in the liberated after Armenian occupation Karabakh and Eastern Zangezur regions. Dear colleagues, I firmly believe that in such an interdependent world where global challenges demand collective responses, countries have moral obligation to facilitate each other's development aspirations. Since 2020, Azerbaijan has provided humanitarian, economic, and technical assistance worth $330 million to over 140 nations. In the framework of the summit of the Non-Aligned Movement Contact Group on fight against COVID-19 held in Azerbaijan in March 2023, His Excellency Mr. Ilham Aliyev, President of the Republic of Azerbaijan, declared 2 global calls to support the post-pandemic recovery of Africa and small island developing states. The calls envisage direct financial support, enhancing educational opportunities, capacity building, and other technical tools. Ladies and gentlemen, many argue that science, technology, and innovation initiatives should address all 3 dimensions of sustainable development: economic development, social progress, and environmental protection. I strongly believe in the face of the urgent global challenge such as climate change, environmental protection gains an utmost significance because it is the most pressing issue in our quest for transforming the world into a better place to live for the sake of present and future generations. This is precisely one of the main goals of the all COPs, the next of which, COP29, is fast approaching. It will be held in Baku, Azerbaijan, in November this year, and preparations are in full swing. Technology has an important place within the vision of COP29 Azerbaijani presidency because it is a crucial component of the global response to climate change. It plays a pivotal role for facilitating both effective mitigation and adaptation action. Azerbaijani presidency has put forward 14 initiatives, one of which is Green Digital Action Initiative. The landmark First over the Digitalization Day will also be hosted at COP29, which will offer a platform to elevate the discourse on the indispensable role of digital technologies in confronting the climate crisis. A dedicated high-level roundtable and the associated ministerial declaration will also be launched on this day. Dear colleagues, taking into consideration the importance of the issue of climate change in parliamentary deliberations, the IPU and the Parliament of Azerbaijan will organize a parliamentary meeting as a framework of the COP29. Our teams are already finalizing the preparation for this event. And now I call on all of you to take an active part in this meeting. Together, we can turn it into an important milestone of parliamentary contribution to multilateral climate action. We will be glad to see you in Baku. I thank you for your attention.
Thank you very much, Azerbaijan. Eswatini, the floor is yours.
Your Excellency, President of the IPU, Mr. Secretary General of the IPU, Excellencies, presiding officers, and honorable members of the Assembly, ladies and gentlemen. I'm deeply honored to address this esteemed gathering of the 149th IPU Assembly. The theme, Harnessing Science, Technology, and Innovation for a More Peaceful and Sustainable Future, resonates profoundly within the pivotal role that science, technology, and innovation play in fostering a more peaceful and sustainable future. There is no better time than this to advance and deepen the employment of these elements to navigate social challenges, enhance good governance, and to promote civic engagement for the sake of humanity and the planet. The profound impact of issues such as the lingering effects of climate change, food security, climate-related disasters, COVID-19 pandemic, escalating military technological competitions, and conflicts in various corners of the globe are a call for the alignment with the United Nations Sustainable Development Goals in harnessing science, technology, and innovation for a more peaceful and sustainable future. As at the Kingdom of Eswatini, we bring to this assembly our unique perspectives and experiences about technology and innovation touching on social challenges and enhancing governance. During 2021, the country experienced a civil unrest. The uprising was largely mobilized through social media platforms. This underscores the dual-edged nature of technology in modern governance effectively. Misinformation may combat efforts of peace. Social media can be a powerful tool for empowerment and information dissemination. However, it can also contribute to the rapid spread of the scourge of misinformation, which complicates efforts to maintain peace globally. This experience reveals the need for a dual framework that responds to information processing in the era of post-truth and fake news, while simultaneously investing in digital literacy programs to empower citizens effectively. In a contrasting yet complementary scenario, the Kingdom of Eswatini successfully leveraged mobile applications during the 2023 national elections. The Elections and Boundaries Commission utilized technology to disseminate election results in real time, ensuring transparency and reducing the potential for disputes. The swift communication of results helped to reinforce public trust in the electoral process, leading to peaceful outcomes and a considerable reduction in post-election tensions. This case serves as a best practice for other nations, showcasing the essential function of mobile technology in promoting democracy and civic engagement. The COVID-19 pandemic presented yet another challenge that necessitated the swift adaptation of science and technology in Eswatini. The government employed innovations such as contact tracing applications, telehealth services, and digital communication strategies to disseminate important health information. The rapid deployment of such technologies, coupled with effective disease surveillance, not only mitigated the pandemic's impact, but also underscored the importance of a robust health infrastructure and the timely sharing of information, which are key tenets for peaceful, sustainable society. In the health sector, Eswatini is one of the first countries to attain 95 milestone in the fight against HIV and AIDS. One of the salient innovations in this area has been the use of the PrEP ring, which helps to prevent HIV transmission. This is a very portable and accessible technology that has made a huge impact to vulnerable populations, especially women and children. May I make the following recommendations to the IPU Assembly. One, to invest in digital literacy and inclusion. Governments and organizations should prioritize programs that enhance digital literacy, ensuring that citizens are empowered to navigate the complexities of technology responsibly. This can also assist in mitigating the risks associated with misinformation and fake news during crisis. Number two, foster transparent communication channels during elections and governance processes. Adopting technologies that facilitate real-time reporting can bolster transparency, reduce tension, and build trust between the government and the citizens. Thirdly, innovation through collaborative efforts between governments, business, and civil society will maximize resources and enhance the impact of technology implementation, emphasizing public-private partnership that can drive sustainable development initiatives across all sectors. Fourthly, strengthen health infrastructure through technology. Nations should embrace innovations that enhance healthcare delivery and crisis management, as demonstrated during the COVID-19 pandemic. Investing in telehealth services, data analytics, research is crucial for improving public health outcomes. Fifthly, engage youth in governance, drawing from our Sibaya Assembly's success, which is the gathering of a nation to talk to political leadership. Government should actively seek to involve young people in policy-making processes, utilizing digital platforms to facilitate engagement that create a dynamic that forces accountability and inclusiveness. Finally, the impacts of climate change are locked in for the next 20 to 30 years. One of these impacts is increasingly negative effect climate change has on the underlying drivers of violent conflict and need for humanitarian assistance. Governments should prioritize and seize opportunities for technology to support peace building, even as climate change continues to evolve and stress fragile environments. I thank you for your kind attention.
Thank you very much. Eswatini, Albania is up, followed by Nepal and Iran. Albania, you have the floor. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Chair of the session, honorable colleagues, ladies and gentlemen. At the very beginning of my speech, I would like to share with the Assembly the great news that tomorrow, on October 15th, Albania starts the second intergovernmental conference with the European Union for opening accession negotiations for Cluster 1, the fundamentals. Thank you. This is a well-deserved achievement for Albania and the reforms it has adopted, being the first country that opens accession negotiations based on the new methodology of EU membership. Our Parliament is strongly committed to maintaining the leadership, guaranteeing the democratic legitimacy and the inclusiveness of the process. In the turbulent times we live in, the role of parliaments is becoming increasingly essential, not only for strengthening the system, the institution, and democratic values, but also for supporting economic and social development. The development of every country is increasingly supported by scientific and technological process and progress. In recent years, there has been a rapid development of technological means and knowledge, a phenomenon that is followed by the so-called democratization of these means, the increase in access to knowledge, technology, and artificial intelligence for large groups of the population, particularly the youth. Never before has social and human development worldwide been so influenced by technology as it does today. And never before have we been so challenged by a new world that needs taming through appropriate legislation and regulations. In the recent years, Albania has secured widespread use of online public services. About 95% of all services in the country are now offered online, reducing time of interaction as well as fighting corruption in service delivery. However, we have to keep in mind asymmetrical developments as the provision of online services has advanced faster than the preparation of the population to access these services, especially in remote areas, among the elderly population and marginalized groups. A challenge we are addressing energetically. The challenges are increasing also due to the risk of cyber attacks, which have risen as a result of Albania's unwavering and clear stance against terrorism. Albania has faced and will continue to successfully face these risks with the assistance of our partners, a stark reminder that advanced technologies can also be used for malicious purposes, distribution of disinformation and hate speech to undermine our democracies. We are working on legislative and oversight functions and regulatory frameworks to ensure that technological advances and innovations are used in an ethical and responsible manner. In April, the Parliament of Albania established the ad hoc committee to coordinate institutional efforts to fight disinformation and other forms of foreign interference into the democratic processes of the country. The committee will work on the legislative and oversight framework that protects our public and our system from these serious threats. Our Parliament, in addition to supporting the broad use of technologies for providing online public services, has also promoted the enhancement of knowledge, skills, and capacity building of the population in using new types of services. This not only aligns our country with contemporary trends in the use of science and technology, but also increases the effectiveness, efficiency, and practical utility of public services, while simultaneously helping to avoid corruption and other practices that impede the marginalized groups of other groups from getting access to services. Furthermore, supporting parliamentary functions, activities, and processes through scientific and technological progress is imperative for the legislative process. We learned that hard lesson during COVID, which tested our limits and pushed us to implement new technologies in parliamentary processes like online committee meetings and beyond. To this day, permanent committee meetings are broadcasted online in real time, ensuring transparency and public involvement. We're pursuing several paths to create synergies between parliamentary processes, science and technology, such as the incorporation of scientific achievements into the legislative process, the creation of special structures of parliamentary service to assist in the parliamentary legislative process and oversight, the establishment of institutional collaboration with universities and academia. The contribution of experts has been effective and useful also in legislation Parliament of Albania has approved recently concerning online public services, cybersecurity, electronic communications, the production of military equipment and technologies, legal regulations in education, healthcare, and more. The involvement of scientific achievements in lawmaking and parliamentary scrutiny has become an added value and a public good for the country. relying on the best expertise, contemporary knowledge, and technological novelties help the legislative cohesion, contributes to building a more just, democratic, transparent, and inclusive society. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you very much, Albania. Nepal, the floor is yours. Thank you. Thank you, Albania. Followed by Iran and Oman.
Let's heard this.
Honorable President, Excellencies, Speakers and Presidents, distinguished members of Parliament, ladies and gentlemen. I feel honored to address this august gathering of parliamentarians from around the world at the 149th IPU Assembly on behalf of the Federal Parliament of Nepal. I bring with me the greetings and best wishes of the 30 million people and the Federal Parliament of Nepal, from the birthplace of Gautam Buddha, an apostle of peace, and the land of Mount Everest, for the success of this assembly. Interparliamentary union has remained as an important platform for the deliberation and contribution to address pressing challenges, including climate change, natural disasters, geopolitical tensions, poverty, and inequality in the world today. The theme, Harnessing Science, Technology, and Innovations for a More Peaceful and Sustainable Future, resonates well with the tune of the world today. The rapid development in science, technology, and innovation has brought a wide range of opportunities for making people's life easier and better. It holds transformative potential towards achieving the Sustainable Development Goals set forth in 2015. In this context, we, the representatives of the parliaments of the countries across the globe, need to make laws and supervise the implementation so as to ensure equity in people's access to technology and the distribution of benefits. Madam President, this August Forum of World's Parliamentarians needs to deliberate on pertinent issues of our time. There is a huge divide within and between countries in the capacity development and access to information technology. Over 2.6 billion people in the world are still offline. Therefore, we all need to work together to overcome these challenges and ensure equitable access to the gains of science, technology, and innovation for all. The legislatures of the world, with the constitutional responsibility of making laws and supervising their effective implementation for the benefit of human society, must deliver on our mandate, particularly in shaping the development of science and technology, while addressing the associated risks and challenges such as data privacy, cybersecurity, misinformation, and spread of harmful content. We should focus on creating an environment for international cooperation and collaboration in research, development, resource mobilization, and youth engagement in the field of science, technology, and innovation, while provisioning necessary regulation in order to ensure equal access to technology for all. It is imperative for parliaments to exchange experiences of lawmaking, implementation, and the best practices in order to bridge the gap between developed and developing countries in the fields of science and technology. The efforts made by the Interparliamentary Union to incorporate AI in its action plan and formulating a new charter on the ethics of science and technology by creating the Working Group on Science and Technology is commendable. The development in science, technology, and innovation and its achievements should be viewed as the global good for the benefit of humankind, rising above the narrow nationalism. We can minimize the adverse effects of science, technology, and innovation through mutual cooperation and exchange of knowledge and experiences in this field. Madam President, Nepal is a republic of 30 million people and a plural society with ecological, geographic, and demographic diversity. Nepal is a federal democratic republic country. Reflecting the diversity of the country, the Constitution of Nepal has institutionalized an inclusive and proportional system to ensure the representation of women, minorities, and marginalized communities. We express gratitude to the international community and friendly countries for the good wishes and support to the successful conclusion of Nepal's peace process. The Bill on Enforced Disappearances Inquiry, Truth and Reconciliation Commission Act has been unanimously adopted by both the houses of Nepal's federal parliament, paving path to a lasting peace in the country. Our Himalayas, including the highest peak of the world, the Mount Everest, are heavily affected by the adverse impacts of climate change. Considering overall climate justice, the Interparliamentary Union and fellow parliaments have important roles in fostering cooperation among nations and facilitating the transfer of technical and financial resources, as well as capacity building assistance from developed to developing countries. Therefore, we call upon the international community for availing Nepal's inadequate financial resources and climate-resilient technologies in order to mitigate the climate-induced loss and damage. Nepal, the holy birthplace of Gautam Buddha, has embraced foreign policy of friendship with all and enmity to none, based on the Charter of the United Nations, the principle of Panchashil, and the values of world peace. As the country preparing to graduate from the LDC category in 2026, Nepal needs additional international assistance to build its capacities. Madam President, we are confident that the Interparliamentary Union will continue to play an effective role in contributing to the contemporary international issues, including peace and security, democracy, human rights, and sustainable development. I assure you of the full cooperation and solidarity of the Federal Parliament of Nepal in achieving the objectives and goals of this World Parliament. I would like to take this opportunity to thank the government and people of Switzerland for the warm welcome and hospitality in this beautiful city of Geneva. I also extend my special thanks to the Interparliamentary Union for the excellent management of this assembly. Let's continue to enhance interparliamentary cooperation for a more peaceful and sustainable future. Thank you for your kind attention.
Thank you very much, Nepal. Iran has the floor. Iran has the floor. Thank you, Nepal. Followed by Oman.
In the name of God, the most compassionate, the most merciful. Mr. President, Your Excellencies, dear colleagues, ladies and gentlemen, I'm very pleased to express my pleasure at this critical international moment to be amongst the honorable heads of parliaments and delegations of member parliaments of the Interparliamentary Union and share some points with you on behalf of the people of Iran. The theme of this assembly is harnessing science, technology, and innovation for a more peaceful and sustainable future. However, the reality is that today, science and technology, instead of bringing a more peaceful future to humanity, is serving war and mass killing of civilians and the state terrorism which has been carried out by the criminal Zionists. New technologies should be the main driving force for achieving all sustainable development goals for human welfare and peace. But now, with the abuse going on by the Zionist warmongering regime, new technologies have become a serious challenge and threat to achieve the collective goals of the people of the world violating human rights. I have directly come from Beirut to here. I have been witness to the rubble which has been the result of the bombardment of the Zionist regime. The regions of North Africa and South Africa are now involved in fateful developments that will have profound effects on the entire world system. So it would be dangerous to be indifferent to them. The world may fail to fulfill its responsibility towards what is happening in the region by the Israeli regime, but it cannot escape its consequences. The regime thought that by assassinating Mr. Hassan Nasrallah will bring about the end of resistance in Lebanon. However, its defeats, whether on the ground or on the field, proved that the resistance is alive and it is subject to the support of the people. All the international rules and regulations have been violated by the Zionist regime, and the people of Lebanon, they are expecting our practical actions in favor of the refugees and the suffering and affected people, so that the inhumane acts committed by the Zionist regime will be controlled. And here I would like to declare that Iran will support any ceasefire that the government and parliament of Lebanon will throw its weight behind. Dear colleagues, let me talk frankly with you. We are facing a regime that not only has killed more than 11,000 children, but it is proud of it. We are facing a regime that has no recognition for any international law. We are facing a regime that is proud of setting people ablaze and putting refugees to fire. We are facing a regime that can be called the teacher of all the murderers of history. We are facing a regime that has occupied and usurped the Palestinian lands and houses. And with the equipment that it has, it is at its disposal, it continues to destroy houses and cities and towns. We are facing a people that is proud of killing people, proud of genocide. And it considers it's a source of pride to bring about the homelessness of the people. Let me summarize it. We are facing a regime that is trying to transform crime against a normalcy. Should we stand witness to this? Passive, Mr. President, ladies and gentlemen, if the current situation persists and continues, the world will face a deep and profound crisis. So, the current behavior on the part of the Zionist regime will set fire to the region and will cause escalation. When the region is set on blaze, then the peace will not be restored. And all, including the US and the supporters of this enemy of the mankind, will suffer. The resistance groups, they are the guardians of the peace in the region. And the Iranian regime is at the center of a dedicated effort to stop this criminal regime and is proud of it. We are proud that our best men have been martyred alongside leaders like Martyr Sayyid Hassan Nasrallah and Martyr Ismail Haniyeh in this holy battle to defend honor and humanity. My dear brother, Martyr Qasem Soleimani, who saved the region from ISIS, is only one of the heroes defending the oppressed in the region, who was assassinated directly upon the order given by the ex-US president. We still fulfill our historic duty and still wait to see what the world will do in defense of the cause of the human rights. Dear friends, the Zionist regime has gone crazy because in order to provide a security to the occupied territories, it has failed. And it sees its end to be so close. and it does not consider even what it is at its own interest and expediency. So we call on the countries supporting this criminal regime, before it is too late, even for them, to bring to an end to all kinds of support, economic, military intelligence, whatever, and to force this regime to accept a sustainable ceasefire. I would like all the parliaments of the world to act upon their historic responsibility and to act upon their duty, so that this, dear parliamentarians, the history will have a judgment upon us. They will judge if we have stood at the right side of the history. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you very much, Iran. Oman has the floor, and in announcing Oman, I hand over to my colleague from Albania. Thank you very much for your attention. My colleague from Albania will continue as the acting president.
Thank you. Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim. Maali رئيسة الاتحاد البرلمان الدولي.
In the name of God, the compassionate and the merciful. Presiding officer, ladies and gentlemen, may God bless you. Ladies and gentlemen, here we are gathered to discuss harnessing science, technology, and innovation for a more peaceful and sustainable future. We do hope in this way to meet objectives of common interest to us, and that will bring well-being to our peoples in the medium and long term. Sustainable development must also take into account the need for quality. Technology must be used to strengthen the quality of education. We must ensure that we make the best possible use of all of these technologies in order to ensure that we can develop and implement strategies that will allow all of our peoples to live with dignity. If we're all supposed to benefit from science and technology, we must absolutely ensure that we do our utmost to make that happen. We need to do ever more. We need to ensure that we have international cooperation. We would therefore like to reiterate how important that cooperation is. We need to do everything we can in order to bring that about so that all of our peoples can benefit from STI. Ladies and gentlemen, science, technology, and innovation are a pillar of our new strategies in Oman. We have policies to cover the period up to 2040 on education, sustainable development, for instance. We have done our best to put together a national system that promotes innovation, a system which has a knowledge economy. We want to make the best of new cutting-edge technologies. We, among other things, have developed a knowledge center as well as a center dedicated to the fourth industrial revolution. We have also been pioneers in the use of artificial intelligence, and this is currently what we have within the Shura Council. We have been in a position to develop secure electoral processes. AI has also allowed us to gather and put together indicators that we can make good use of, and this means that science and technology can serve security and sustainable development. Ladies and gentlemen, if we are to speak of a more peaceful and sustainable future, and bearing in mind our desire to ensure that everyone can benefit from STI, I have been interested to note that certain words have come up a number of times. Many have talked about the need for the world to be prepared to reap the benefits of science and technology. Having heard many speeches on STI today, it does seem to me that those countries that talk about glory, technology, and its benefits are the very same countries that contribute to the destruction of our future. To prepare the future is a gift of God, so is technology, but we must not forget that badly used technology can be destructive. Today, we need to ensure that we give priority to humanitarian issues and to the well-being of peoples. We cannot ignore what has been happening in Gaza for over 1 year. We cannot remain silent on the destruction in Lebanon. This is thanks to artificial intelligence. The circle of total destruction is broadening because of technology. We have a terrifying genocidal war being waged. We find that today human life and respect for it are disappearing. Infrastructure is being destructed and all forms of life are disappearing in these two countries. And this, with this total indifference to the smallest of human values. This is not new. This is just a new chapter of arrogance in the regime we all know too well. That we know, but it is the international community's silence, deafening silence, that we find it hard to understand. The international community is what has allowed Israel to actually expand the range of its activities and to attack a number of people and countries. Ladies and gentlemen, how can we talk about children's rights today and the need to defend them and their rights when there are massacres of children being carried out by Israel in Gaza? Children have had their innocence stripped from them. Over 16,000 children have died. The babies, the barely newborn babies, have died. We're talking about children under the age of 1 who have been killed. How can we organize a forum for women, a forum for young parliamentarians, now here in the IPU, and women and young people are being murdered. Over 11,000 students have died. Over 10,000 teachers have been killed. How can we talk about a more peaceful and sustainable future when over 300 massacres have been carried out by the occupation authorities? And I'm not even talking about those who have disappeared. I'm not talking about the wounded, and that is mostly women and children, not to mention the whole question of the refugees, deportees, and displaced people who have absolutely no ways of ensuring that their basic needs are met. How can we today talk about these issues when there are people enduring occupation and who have no peace, no security? Today we have countries that are flouting the very principles of equality. We have places of worship being destroyed, be they Christian or Muslim. We have sources of life, of water, being destroyed by the occupation authorities. The statistics are terrifying. If we add it all up, when you look at Gaza and Beirut, the numbers are very worrying. The occupation authorities has no respect for international law, none of it. The Arab group is going to be submitting an emergency item on this question, and we would urge you, we would appeal to you to please support this emergency item, which has been submitted by Palestine and Egypt, and which has the support of the Arab group. We do hope that in these dark days you will support this emergency item. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Next is the President of the Parliament of Ethiopia and then Malawi.
Honorable Speaker, Honorable President, distinguished speakers, Honorable Members of Parliament, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen. At the outset, please allow me to congratulate the Honorable President of IPU, Dr. Tulia Axon, for her remarkable leadership of this 1949 Assembly of the Inter-Parliamentary Union. I would also like to commend the IPU Secretary General and his team for the outstanding preparation of this assembly. Additionally, I would like to express my gratitude and appreciation to the people and government of Switzerland for the warm hospitality accorded to the whole delegation of mine. It is a distinct honor for me to address the 1949 Assembly of the Inter-Parliamentary Union. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, we gather here at the time of sweeping revolution in science and technology, which carries huge promises and perils. In many parts of the world, the fast-moving transformation in science and technology are outstanding, outpacing existing rules and regulations at national and international level. Concurrently, technological innovations are becoming more unpredictable and complex, with less oversight and control. As a result, current artificial intelligence, AI-led revolution urgently requires meaningful discussion among parliamentarians, as it requires effective governance at all levels. Hence, in light of these changes, we believe that the 1949 theme, harnessing science, technology, innovation for more peaceful and sustainable future, is a timely and fitting agenda. In this context, we believe that parliaments and parliamentarians have an enormous responsibility in establishing the legal and regulatory frameworks that govern new innovations and technologies. More importantly, as a major global issue, it is important that the states put their actions together to better address the challenge and harness the benefits of technological developments. In this regard, IPU Charter on Ethics of Science and Technology is set up, is step in the right directions. It offers a roadmap for ethically utilizing these technologies to advance socio-economic development while minimizing the changes that may arise from lack of regulatory oversight. In addition, the recent adoption of a pact for the future by the UN General Assembly that includes global digital compact to reinvigorate multilateralism and address the 21st century challenges is also notable progress. Therefore, Ethiopia strongly believes that IPU should support parliaments to adopt relevant legislation and undertake oversight of the executive function. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, the government of Ethiopia has been taking hold and ambitious initiatives to increase
the effective use of science and technology for social and economic development. The Digital Ethiopia 2025 strategy for inclusive prosperity is a landmark policy document that aims to harness technology to drive economic growth and improve public service in our country. The plan aligns with the 2019 Homegrown Economy Reform Agenda, which broadly outlines strategies aimed at incorporating digitalization into sustainable development framework. Ethiopia's National Digital ID Initiative also aims to register 17 million citizens by 2025. Enhancing access to services and supporting national development. In addition, we have recently adopted a national artificial intelligence policy framework, marking a significant step forward in Ethiopia's aspiration to leverage artificial intelligence innovation, drive socio-economic process, and strengthen its technological capabilities. However, lack of adequate digital infrastructure and addressing the capacity gap remains a major challenge. As the technology rapidly evolves, it is therefore imperative to strengthen cooperation and partnerships in laying the foundation for digital transformation and innovations. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, Ethiopia believes that advancement in science and technology offers unparalleled opportunity to bridge the gap in socio-economic development among the developing and developed nations. Hence, it is important that parliamentarians effectively leverage their legislative mandate to ensure safe use of technologies, including data protection and cybersecurity through dedicated subcommittees. It is also critical to strengthen parliamentary cooperation in capacity building and experience sharing. As I conclude, Honorable President, allow me to reiterate Ethiopia's commitment to extend its support to the efforts of IPU to advance the use of science and technology and achieve the sustainable development goals in Agenda 2030. I thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. Malawi, you have the floor, and then Malta.
Madam President, all honorable distinguished guests present here, it is with great honor that I address this esteemed assembly, which is meeting here in this beautiful city of Geneva to contribute from a Malawian perspective to the topic of vital importance to the future of our world entitled Harnessing Science, Technology and Innovation, STI, for a more peaceful and sustainable future. Madam President, as representatives of nations and a steward of progress, it is our responsibility to ensure that the tools of science and technology serve not only as engines of growth, but as catalysts for peace and sustainability. Today, as I stand before you to share Malawi's experience, which includes the strides we've made and the challenges we face in aligning STI with our national goals. Our journey demonstrates how STIs can accelerate sustainable development and improve the lives of our citizens, but also highlights the crucial role that parliaments play in guiding this transformation. Madam President, over the years, Malawi has embarked on a deliberate path to harness the potential of science, technology, and innovation. This commitment is enshrined in our national policies and frameworks, designed to promote STI as a key driver for economic growth, social inclusion, and environmental sustainability. Our progress aligns with the Malawi Growth and Development Strategy, a blueprint that underscores the importance of infrastructure development, innovation, and institutional growth as pillars of national advancement. STI plays a central role in this vision, supporting various sectors such as agriculture, health, energy, and education. These initiatives align with the international agenda for the sustainable development and the UN Sustainable Development Goals, especially SDG 9 and 13, which focus on industry, innovation, infrastructure, and climate action. Madam President, the government of Malawi has implemented a range of policies and acts to foster the growth of STI. Let me highlight some of these. The National Science and Technology Policy. This has been laid as a groundwork for the promotion of research and innovation in Malawi. It emphasized on creating an enabling environment for scientific exploration and technological advancement. The Malawi Growth and Development Strategy 1, 2, and 3, implemented over the past decades, identified STI as a critical pillar for accelerating economic growth and achieving sustainable development. The National ICT Policy. This has increased access to digital technologies and facilitated e-money solutions like mobile money and significantly enhanced business transactions and economic inclusion. The National Commission of Science and Technology. This is ensuring that the coordination and regulation and promotion of research and innovation in Malawi. The National Climate Change Policy. This is focusing on addressing climate change and transforming our agricultural sector through technology innovation to secure food and ensure economic growth. Malawi Vision 2063 and its first 10-year implementation plan set out as a comprehensive roadmap where STI serves as a key enabler to our vision to become a wealthy, industrialized, and middle-income country. Madam President, the government of Malawi is also promoting a number of projects. One of them, the government is providing desktops and mobile software, which is assisting students in interactive learning. In addition, government of Malawi has adopted a unique model known as Connect a School Project, which is aiming at enhancing the capacity of secondary school students to serve the students as well as the community around the schools. The goal of this initiative is to ensure universal internet access with affordable and reliable internet for all. And for the women and health, we have introduced a mobile network system where the hospitals will send a reminder to women in the rural areas whenever it is time for them to attend to antenatal services. And this is working very, very effectively. The Parliament of Malawi has been integral in promoting STI as a pathway to peace and sustainability. We recognize that underdevelopment can lead to social unrest, and thus we emphasize the need for scientific innovation in national policy. To this end, our Parliament has taken several decisive steps as follows. Legislative and regulatory frameworks. We've enacted quite a number of laws, budget allocation and oversight, policy development, as well as stakeholder engagement. Honorable colleagues, as much as there's a lot of positivity in STI, we do also have some challenges. And these challenges include e-waste and resource depletion. Rapid technology advancement contribute to the accumulation of e-waste and depletion of finite natural resources. Proper management, sustainable sourcing are key to addressing these issues. Digital divide. We are aware that access to technology remains uneven, particularly in rural areas, exacerbating inequality. For instance, in Malawi, many rural areas face significant challenges in accessing the internet and digital devices. This is largely because of the economic constraints and in some cases, social norms. For instance, many women in rural communities do not own mobile phones or computers, which limits their ability to engage with and benefit from technology. As a result, they miss out on opportunities for education, business development, and access to critical services that are increasingly moving online. Hence, closing this gap is essential for inclusive development. job displacement. Automation and artificial intelligence may lead to job losses in traditional industries, which requires us to create policies that promote retraining and new employment opportunities. Madam President, ladies and gentlemen, let me mention that our journey in Malawi demonstrates that while the path to harnessing STI is not without obstacles, it is a path we must pursue if we are to achieve peace and sustainability. With continued investment, policy support, and international partnership, STI will undoubtedly play a transformative role in our shared future. In conclusion, Madam President, it is my hope that through collaborative efforts such as this conference, we can share knowledge, overcome challenges, and build a more sustainable, prosperous, and peaceful world for generations to come. I thank you for your attention.
Thank you. Malta, you have the floor, and then Zambia.
Madam Chair, dear colleagues, dear fellow parliamentarians, science, technology, and innovation are part and parcel of humanity, as humans use these important tools with the aim to improve their lives and the lives of others. Science, technology, and innovation are important tools. They are indeed essential and will remain crucial as long as there is humanity. The essence of these tools is not questionable. The question, however, that all of us here should be asking is, how are these tools to be properly used? Are they leading towards the desired results? Are these tools leading towards more peace and sustainable in our communities? Science, technology, and innovation play a fundamental role in finding innovative solutions to complex challenges such as access to education, healthcare, clean water, food security, clean energy, which are crucial to our eradicating poverty. Furthermore, these tools are a strong driver of economic growth, creating job opportunities for highly skilled professionals who generate innovative solutions with a special emphasis on those that promote social inclusion. Madam Chair, this in turn should reduce inequalities and improves the quality of life of the most vulnerable communities. Let us have a look, for instance, at how humans reacted when a few years ago we had the COVID pandemic in such an unexpected way. Through science, technology, and innovation, a vaccine to counter this virus was created in a record time span. This is the positive side of humanity. We can react quickly and effectively when using these tools in the correct way. I never question the ability of humans to create and innovate. It is something that we are very good at it. But when it comes to distribution and equal access to what humans manage to create, then it is here, and I emphasize, it is here where we need to work much more. The fact that we are living in a digital age, the fact we are debating how to deal with robots and artificial intelligence, and at the time having millions of people still dying of hunger, then there is something wrong with us. Let me give you a simple example on how there can be a mismatch between science and technology, innovation on one hand, and economic interests on the others. Banks. Banks are getting more digital, same as other sectors are doing. Until a few years ago, we used to go to the bank branches every time we needed to make a financial transaction. With digital transformation, we do not need to go to the branches anymore. So bank branches are getting less busy, and therefore the economic sense tells us that the bank should close the branches. Digital transformation makes sense both for the customer and for the banks. But then, what about the elderly who do not use a smartphone? For example, for who are less educated. Therefore, it is crucial that technology and innovation should move hand in hand with social responsibility. Here comes the role of us, politicians, parliamentarians. Our job is to make sure that no one is left behind. Social responsibility, Madam Chair, should not only be catered for a local and national level, but on a global level as well. That is why we have international institutions. That is why we are here. So global challenges need global solutions. It is unacceptable that extreme poverty today and hunger continue to persist in today's world. We must turn climate and environmental challenges into opportunities for a cleaner, greener world by scaling up renewable energy, transitioning away from fossil fuels and achieving net zero. We must also work to ensure that our oceans' health, resilience and sustainability, and take action to address sea level rise, which disproportionately impacts small island development states like Malta. Let us therefore harness the benefits of science, technology, innovation and digital cooperation to improve every aspect of our lives while keeping a watchful eye on potential threats. The way forward is twofold, Madam Chair. First, we need to always keep investing and investing in better education. Education is the key to build inclusive sciences. On the other hand, it is important that treat education as lifelong experience. Science and technology go together. They change fast over a short time span, and what is relevant 2 years ago is probably obsolete today. So second, our parliaments, we legislators, should carry out the impact assessment and make sure that our policies, our legislation are social proof. We, parliamentarians, have a duty to promote inclusive policies and inclusive legislation. To conclude, Madam Chair, dear colleagues, dear parliamentarians, I have no doubt, absolutely, in the ability of human beings to create, to improve, and find solutions to difficult situations, to difficult activities. We, as the history has proved time to time, again, that we are capable to embrace challenges. It is the will, it is the correct way in using these solutions that sometimes we lack. It is that moral compass that we must always try to use in the right way in order to have better lives, better societies, and a better world. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir, for your passionate speech. Zambia, you have the floor, then Australia.
Madam President, dear colleagues, I'm honored to be accorded this opportunity to share my thoughts on the topic, Harnessing Science, Technology and Innovation, STI, for a more peaceful and sustainable future. This year's assembly coincides with the commemoration of 100 years of the National Assembly of Zambia existence. I have since declared that starting next year, 23rd May will be observed annually as Parliament Day in Zambia. In addition, for the first time in the history of our Parliament, the 2025 national budget is being scrutinized through sector committees, a big reform in the history of our Parliament, which undoubtedly will enhance financing, among other tangible outcomes, towards research and development, of which science, technology and innovation are an integral component. Madam President, the month of October remains dear to our country. In a few days' time, Zambia will be celebrating 60 years of our independence with impeccable democratic credentials of being the peace haven of Southern Africa, with a record of peaceful handover of power by 7 presidents and 4 political parties. Madam President, the contribution of STI to a more peaceful and sustainable future is well acknowledged globally. Sustainable Development Goal 9 on industry, innovation and infrastructure speaks to fostering innovation and technology progress for promoting inclusive and sustainable industrial development. Similarly, Article 27 of the United Nations Declaration for Human Rights affirms everyone's right to share in scientific advancement and its benefits. Madam President, the adoption of the new Charter on Ethics of Science and Technology by the Governing Council of the IPU aimed at creating a regulatory framework of principles to guide legislation and decision-making that will ensure that science and technology, especially in the age of artificial intelligence, will be impactful on humanity, society, and the environment. Madam President, the theme for the 149th Assembly could not have come at a better time than now, especially that Zambia is going through a very challenging period. This is in view of the severe drought we have experienced caused by the El Nino weather conditions. The drought has had devastating consequences on many critical sectors, such as agriculture, water, and energy, risking 84 out of the 116 districts, accounting for over 6 million of our people. Amidst this challenge, I am happy to inform you, dear colleagues, that the government of the Republic of Zambia has harnessed science, technology, and innovation to mitigate against the impact of the drought. These include early maturing, disease and pest-resistant, high-yielding and climate-smart seed varieties, water harvesting technologies, and high-tech irrigation models. Suffice to mention that in the energy sector, our government has introduced what is called net metering system, which allow customers who produce their own electricity to feed excess electricity generated into the national grid. Madam President, it is in its effort to advance the harnessing of STIs, the Parliament of Zambia has enacted various legislation that govern the STI sector, meant to build a more peaceful and sustainable Zambia. Further, the Parliament of Zambia, as part of the budget approval function, allocates resources to STIs through the Strategic Research Fund and the Science, Technology, and Innovation Youth Fund. These funds are aimed at enhancing research as well as encouraging youth and women in developing scientific and/or technological innovations, with specific focus on innovations that are relevant to the creation of wealth and employment sustainably. Madam President, to demonstrate its commitment in harnessing STI, the Parliament of Zambia was among the few legislatures in the region who continued to conduct its parliamentary business amidst the COVID-19 pandemic. This was made possible through the use of the e-chamber system that managed the plenary as well as the committee sittings. The system, among others, is used to generate attendance lists, speakers lists where MPs who wish to speak on a matter are captured, provision for raising points of order, and facilitating electronic voting. In addition, our Parliament, in collaboration with the Smart Zambia Institute, has installed Starlink internet devices to all our 156 constituencies. This has enabled the constituents to communicate effectively with their members of Parliament on important matters such as the Constituency Development Fund, eliminating the need for the Member of Parliament to physically travel to address a matter that could be resolved in good time using the Starlink device. In conclusion, Madam President, as highlighted in our overarching theme of the 149th Interparliamentary Union General Assembly, it is incumbent upon us all as parliamentarians to play a critical role in ensuring that we harness science, technology, and innovation, whilst at the same time mitigating the risks associated with new technology, such as artificial intelligence. I thank you for your attention.
Thank you. Australia, you have the floor, and then the Philippines.
Thank you, Madam President, respected Speaker from Albania. And it's an honor to follow from my friend, the Speaker from Zambia, and before my friend, the Speaker of the House of Representatives of the Philippines. But I am grateful for the opportunity to contribute to the debate on this important issue on behalf of the Australian Parliamentary Delegation and the Australian Parliament. Australia has long recognised the importance of science, technology and innovation to our economic growth, social well-being and national cohesion. In 2022, Australia was ranked in the top 20 countries in science, innovation and technology, and our scientific institutions consistently rank in the world's top 1% in 15 fields of research, including space, physics, computer science and clinical medicine. Australians depend on science and research to increase productivity, achieve sustainable growth, create jobs and improve national well-being. In August this year, Australia released its new science statement, along with 5 national science and research priorities. The statement provides a framework to shape science policy and leadership for the next 10 years and highlights the science and research collaborations that Australia will need to solve its greatest challenges. One of the 5 priorities which support the statement is building a secure and resilient nation. This priority sees Australia strengthen its democratic institutions and freedoms while addressing challenges from foreign interference, mis- and disinformation and polarisation. By strengthening our resilience, Australia will be able to respond to the shocks caused by climate change, natural disasters, political tensions, rapid technological changes, and more competition for our resources and supply chains. The evaluation of Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander knowledge systems is another of the key priorities which will ensure that Indigenous scientists contribute complementary approaches to knowledge gathering and interpretation of the national environment. Australia's Indigenous people have an unbroken connection to the lands, waters and skies which began 65,000 years ago. The science statement recognises that connection as a source of deep knowledge which is unique to the world. The importance of science to Australia's future is complemented by opportunities for effective dialogue and engagement between policymakers and scientists. For the last 24 years, we have held an annual Science Meets Parliament event in Australia's Parliament, bringing together parliamentarians and professions in science, technology, engineering, mathematics and STEM. At this year's event, more than 90 parliamentarians met with 200 scientists and other STEM professionals from across our nation to discuss science and public policy over 2 days. The initiative enables STEM professionals to share what is at the forefront of Australian scientific discovery directly with parliamentarians. To ensure that scientific knowledge and expertise informs decision-making in our Parliament, we've also established the Parliamentary Friends of Science. This group, formed in 2012 and meets in Parliament House 4 times a year to consider new and emerging technology, the future of STEM research and the STEM workforce, is in recognition of its bipartisan approach to science. The group currently is also co-chaired by the Deputy Prime Minister of Australia and a senior member of the current opposition. To encourage greater community engagement in and awareness of science, we also hold National Science Week every August. This annual celebration of science and technology encourages younger generations to be fascinated by the world we live in while providing a platform for young scientists around the country. Over the course of Science Week, more than 1,000 events take place around the country, including in-person events, virtual tours, webcasts, talks, experiments, citizen science and competitions. These events are delivered by universities, schools, the community sector, business organisations, librarians, museums and science centres. Australia is also deepening our social, economic and scientific ties with Pacific nations in our region to address shared challenges including responding to climate change, digital connectivity and transitioning to net zero. Science and technology collaborations are a key part of supporting economic growth and prosperity in our region. The Australian Government committed to a $10.5 million grant to coordinate and elevate the Pacific region's active participation in science globally. As part of the Pacific family, Australia recognises that climate change remains the single biggest threat to livelihood, security and well-being of the peoples of the Pacific. We support the Pacific's regional and global advocacy efforts for sustainable development and the management and conservation of the ocean through funding, partnerships and advocacy support. To complement regional climate change and disaster resilience programs, assistance is also provided through bilateral programs through several Pacific nations. One program is the Climate and Ocean Support Program, whereby Australia has provided $30 million to support 14 Pacific meteorological services to monitor, analyse and communicate information about climate and oceans. By combining traditional knowledge of Pacific Islander communities with conventional scientific forecasts, the program aims to enhance the capacity of the Pacific Islands to manage and mitigate the impacts of climate variability and tidal events. Through these initiatives, including Science Week, Australia continues to strengthen the involvement of young people across our society. In recognising the importance of dialogue, we provide opportunities for science to directly engage parliamentarians to inform policy making in our region. We work with Pacific partners to harness local knowledge and ensure that Pacific Islander experience and needs are recognised in global scientific dialogue. It's important that we as policymakers and parliamentarians harness the potential of people at all levels with an interest in problem solving and commitment to work together for a more peaceful and sustainable world. I thank the IPU for this important topic at this Assembly.
Thank you, sir. Philippines, you have the floor. Next, Yemen.
Indeed, such a pleasure to follow my friend from Australia, Speaker Milton Dick. What a wonderful, comprehensive statement. Madam President of the Interparliamentary Union, Madam Secretary General of the Interparliamentary Union, fellow members of parliaments, colleagues, representatives from different countries, Interparliamentary Union officers and staff, ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. It is indeed a privilege and an honor to speak with you today on the topic of great importance, harnessing science, technology, and innovation for a more peaceful and sustainable future. In 2000, the United Nations General Assembly adopted the Millennium Declaration, which integrated the Millennium Development Goals. Recognizing the important role of science, technology, in achieving most of these goals, and with the heightened acceleration of advances in modern technology, the domain of science and technology was extended to include the concept of innovation. The complementary, interdependent nature of these three different concepts means that they must be considered together as one, together. Science, technology, and innovation serve as our guiding lights of hope. They are our tools in addressing some of the most pressing issues we have today. They support us in achieving our sustainable development goals and in shaping future peace. They hold vast potentials to form and drive global solutions to the world's problems. Science, technology, and innovation are recognized as the key drivers that enable and accelerate the global transformation towards prosperous, inclusive, and environmentally sustainable economies in developing and in developed countries alike. They are the pillars of sustainable development. They have the strong potential to contribute to the achievement of almost all the sustainable goals. They are the heart of international cooperation and global partnerships for development. The 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development involves transformation that will not be possible without a sustained effort to close the technological gaps between developed and developing countries. Cognizant of the importance of these tools toward economic development and in support of the 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development, we in the Philippines have enacted several policies and reforms and implemented initiatives through the approval of legislative measures to improve innovation, governance in the country. To cite a few, we have Republic Act number 11293, also known as the Philippine Innovation Act. Republic Act number 11927, otherwise known as the Philippine Digital Workforce Competitiveness Act. And Republic Act number 10055, also known as the Technology Transfer Act of 2009. In line with the legislative priorities of His Excellency President Ferdinand R. Marcos Jr., the National Innovation Council was created to ensure that innovation is embedded as a key priority in our country's pathway to socio-economic development. The Council, which is chaired by the President, administers a 10-year policy, vision, goals, and strategies referred to as the National Innovation Agenda and Strategy document that contains the country's vision and the long-term goals for innovation and a roadmap of strategies for improving innovation governance, deepening and accelerating innovation efforts, and integrating and fostering public-private partnerships, mindful of the policy of leaving no Filipino behind. This has borne dividends for our country. In the 2024 Global Innovation Index of the World Intellectual Property Organization, which measures the innovation-based performance of 130-plus economies, the Philippines ascended in their rankings from 59th in 2023 to 56th in 2024. In the same report, the Philippines was recognized as one of the decade's top innovation performers, having achieved its highest rank at 50th place in the 2020 year of the global pandemic. The Philippine Digital Workforce Competitive Act aims to address gaps in digital technology and skills by providing programs that equip Filipinos with necessary competencies for the global world market. The Act ensures support for the digital workforce throughout co-working facilities and loan facilities with concessional terms. It allows for public-private partnerships to plan and implement training, skills development, and certification programs for digital careers. The Technology Transfer Act aims to promote and facilitate the transfer and commercialization of intellectual property, technology, knowledge resulting from research and development programs funded by the government for the benefit of our national economy. Under the Philippine Development Plan for 2023 through 2028, our government has emphasized the importance of innovation in achieving deep socio-economic transformation. The Department of Science and Technology launched the Pagtanaw 2050, the first department-funded interdisciplinary and transdisciplinary project of the Philippine-focused Science, Technology, Innovation, Foresight Strategic Plan. It is a compendium of science, technology, and innovation megatrends, global and national societal goals, transdisciplinary operation areas, and current and emerging technologies relevant to the nation's development that is firmly grounded in the aspirations of every Filipino. With all these legislation, policies, and programs, in terms of innovation and governance, the Philippines Global Innovation Index has been increasing over the last decade. In fact, the Philippines is recognized as one of the middle-income economies with the fastest innovation catch-up. As we continue to work for our respective nations' sustainable development ambitions, we need as well to work hand in hand to achieve our common goals. Let me then urge each and one of us to foster collaboration, equity, and responsibility. It is through this collaboration that we can harness the technological tools to be able to build a future, not only for a more sustainable, but for a more peaceful future. Let us take advantage of this potential source of science, technology, and innovation and utilize them fully and responsibly to be able to address the challenges in these modern times. Let us ensure that innovations and technological advancements are accessible to all. Let us unite together and continue to cooperate for the betterment of the world we live in. Mabuhay.
Thank you, sir. Yemen, you have the floor. Next, Zimbabwe.
In the name of God, the most merciful, the most compassionate. Madam President of the IPU, Mr. Secretary General, ladies and gentlemen. During this 149th Assembly, and under the theme of harnessing science, technology, and innovation for a more peaceful and sustainable future, I'm honored to take the floor on behalf of my country, and I would like to extend the warmest regards of the people of Yemen because we are celebrating 61 years of transformation in my country. And I apologize, ladies and gentlemen, if I don't start my statement by expressing my happiness to be here in this important meeting. I apologize if I look sad, because I am sad and I cannot pretend to be happy. How can I be happy when I come from a country that have suffered lots of wars and suffering that was imposed by the Houthi militias and those who fund it, starting with Iran? I come from a region that is witnessing wars and destruction, blood, and the tears of orphans, widows, victims, and the wounded as a result of what is being perpetrated by Israel and has been perpetrated for more than a year. The genocide, the massacre against the Palestinian people in Gaza that has now spread to Lebanon with the blessing and the support of the United States. No one has been spared. There are millions of displaced, and people are being killed where they sought refuge, in hospitals and schools, and they are being deprived from their basic necessities such as food, medicine, shelter, and their right to live. How can I be happy after all this? How can I be happy when our region is knowing these atrocities while the world is watching and remains silent and inactive? How can I be happy when Israel is using every possible means to spread death and destruction against the Palestinians and the Lebanese? They are spreading fire, destruction, and killing everything that is alive. This axis of evil has turned the Middle East into a volcano and into a desolate land. With the blessing of Israel, the United States, and even Iran, despite all the pretenses, they have destroyed the Middle East. Ladies and gentlemen, what more can be done? What other tools and weapons that is left that Israel have not used to kill the Palestinians and the Lebanese? How many houses have been destroyed? How many farms have been set on fire? Is there any conscience left alive in the world to save those who remain alive and to save what is left? I address all the freedom-loving people of the world. I address the United States, people in Africa, Asia, Europe, because I am very sad for our Arab world, and I call to put an end to this world because we cannot achieve peace if we do not put an end to the war and allow the Palestinian people the right to self-determination and to have their own independent state. This genocide that is being perpetrated by Israel, the attack against the United Nations, the UNRWA, the UNIFIL, and the attacks against the Charter of the United Nations itself is a challenge posed to the entire world and cannot continue without sanctions and without accountability. Ladies and gentlemen, we are here to talk about the use of technology, artificial intelligence, in order to achieve prosperity and spread peace among humans. I seize this opportunity to condemn what has been done by Israel and the tools it has used to destroy peace and human life instead of using these technologies to achieve prosperity. The peoples of the world had hope to use this innovation and technology to help our planet. But we cannot allow a new Hiroshima or Nagasaki to happen once again. We cannot allow this destruction to continue. We cannot allow the destruction in Palestine and Lebanon to continue. We are here to discuss technological and scientific achievements in this forum, but we see that some people are using these technological advances in an unethical manner. And this technology is being harnessed and used in conflicts. And we cannot forget the results of Chernobyl. Nowadays, Israel and the United States are leading us to the verge of destruction with the help of another part of the axis of evil, which is Iran. Ladies and gentlemen, throughout history, science was accompanied by destruction. Such was the case for the nuclear weapons that had negative consequences on all aspects of life. Instead of using technology and science for good, it is being used in warfare that is affecting and has affected people over the last few decades. One of the most brutal attacks and aggressions is being waged against the Palestinian and Lebanese people. And we have real fears from this giant that has been unleashed by some states. But we must be able to rein in this monster. We must be able to vanquish this monster. We, in our national parliaments, we must adopt the necessary legislations to put an end to the misuse of technology such as artificial intelligence. And we are responsible. We must shoulder this responsibility, particularly parliaments in the developed states. And we must work together to bridge the gap between developed and developing countries in order to achieve justice and equity. Developed countries, international organizations must give top priority to developing the capacities and skills of developing countries in the field of science and technology in order to be able to use this technology for good. Finally, I wish to thank the UN Secretary General that has been protecting the values of the United Nations and who refused to bow to the threats. I also wish to thank Africa, Spain, Ireland, Norway, Nicaragua, and all the freedom-loving peoples of the world who stood in the face of Israel, because silence in the face of the Israeli crimes in the face of the crimes against humanity being committed in Gaza cannot be forgiven. We must put an end to the killing. We must put an end to the war in Lebanon. because Israel is using its weapons to kill women, children, journalists, all people, and they are turning villages into uninhabitable places, and nothing can stop them. The US administration is busy with its election and using this period as an excuse to burn the Middle East in order to gain more votes during the election. This has undermined the values of the United States, values that they were known for during the past decades. Thank you, and may the peace and blessing of God be upon you.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Good afternoon, colleagues. My name is Lindiwe Dlamini, the President of Senate from the Kingdom of Eswatini. I will be chairing this debate until we finish this afternoon at 18:30. I will now invite the Honorable Speaker from Zimbabwe, His Excellency. Zimbabwe, you have the floor. Thank you. After Zimbabwe, we have Burundi. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Madam President, distinguished fellow delegates. The IPU theme of the Assembly, namely harnessing science, technology, and innovation for a more peaceful and sustainable future, is of profound and enduring significance in addressing naked inequalities between developed and developing countries, respectively. Accordingly, IPU parliaments are enjoined to robustly deploy science, technology, and innovation anchored on the application of artificial intelligence in its multifaceted architecture. Madam President, currently science, technology, and innovation are connected fields that drive progress and development in society through the fourth industrial revolution driven by artificial intelligence. Science seeks to understand the natural world. Technology applies that understanding by humanity for humanistic practical benefits, and innovation uses both to create value in our social economic development. Last year in Zimbabwe, under the auspices of our President, Dr. Edi Mnangagwa, launched the Information Communication Technology Policy and the National Digital Technologies Strategy in response to harnessing science, technology, innovation for more peaceful and sustainable future for Zimbabwe. These efforts have been bolstered by the transformational education curriculum review in the past 5 years, dubbed Education 5.0, underpinned by science, technology, and innovation deployment, resulting in the creation of industrial and innovation hubs for the accelerated modernization and industrialization of Zimbabwe. Accordingly, the Zimbabwe Parliament has enacted a law enabling all our tertiary institutions to be centers of industrial and innovation hubs of excellency driven by the application of artificial intelligence. Furthermore, Zimbabwe established the Zimbabwe National Geospatial and Space Agency, whose mandate is to develop digital infrastructure for precision agriculture, weather forecasting, and climate adaptation in order to secure national food sovereignty. Additionally, the Agricultural Research Council and the National Biotechnology Authority have successfully driven innovations in areas like drought-resistant crop varieties, livestock disease diagnostics, and renewable energy technologies for a sustainable future of Zimbabwe. While the application of STI as driven by artificial intelligence has the boundless potential to propel humanity into unparalleled development, it may have negative consequences. Notably, the potential misuse of artificial intelligence, AI, for malicious misinformation, disinformation, and character assassination through deep fake and pornography, as well as in warfare purposes, is a concern that cannot be ignored. That is why the Parliament of Zimbabwe has resolved to establish the Committee of the Future to map out strategies for the next 50 years on how the harnessing of science and technology and innovation as anchored on artificial intelligence can best be deployed for maximum benefit of Zimbabwe. In this context, IPU should be commended for authoring the IPU Charter on the Ethics of Science and Technology to ensure that the development and deployment of science, technology, and innovation is undertaken responsibly, ethically, and sustainably in the spirit of peaceful human coexistence. Thus, in the spirit of this IPU laudable charter and Article 1 of the IPU statutes, which enjoin peremptorily that the IPU shall work for peace and cooperation among peoples. I therefore plead for the immediate cessation of hostilities in Eastern Europe, the Middle East, and some parts of Africa, especially in Sudan and the eastern part of the Democratic Republic of the Congo. Lessons from the devastating ravages of World War I and II vividly must remind us that war can never end war, but dialogue around a round-table conference. Madam President Dr. Axon and our task force continue with your peace efforts without fear or favor. Thank you for your kind attention.
Thank you, Zimbabwe. Next is the Republic of Burundi. Honorable Speaker, thank you. Followed by Algeria. Thank you.
Très honorable Président de Chambre.
Honorable President, speakers of National Assemblies, parliamentarians, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. It is a pleasure for me to express my gratitude to the IPU for giving me the opportunity to speak on this subject, which is so very relevant today, that is exploiting science, technology, and innovation for peace and sustainability. Science, technology, particularly AI, and its use in a political, social, economic sense represents a danger for humanity and the world. However, in AI, we have seen drastic progress, which at the same time is a risk for democracy, human rights, and the rule of law, as well as security. And therefore, all stakeholders all around the world need to address this issue. From an economic perspective, we are not seeing that the world is facing a technological revolution that can stimulate fast production and boost global growth. This is going to have an impact throughout the world. With regard to AI, there's a risk it could replace employment, increase inequalities, while rather AI should allow humans to focus on more creative, strategic, interpersonal tasks rather than just serve to reduce employment. With regard to AI, it's important to say that the effects on economies in our countries are unpredictable, and that's why we need mechanisms in order to tap into the huge potential of AI to benefit humanity. Of course, the role of technology and AI could be facilitating humans' work rather than replacing us. To this end, parliamentarians have their contribution to make to protect humanity, culture, and to fight against unemployment. They can do this through regulating AI. Distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen, allow me also to talk about my country, Burundi, and other African countries where new technologies are not as developed. At the moment, Burundi is making a significant effort to boost the use of AI through our vision for developing countries, and our government has initiated a digitalization program, and all public authorities are working together to make services available quickly to the population. The Burundian Parliament has already voted legislation to deal with cybercrime and to use and promote technology being used in e-commerce, for instance, also in the finance sector and providing financial services. Ladies and gentlemen, it would be amiss of me to conclude without mentioning the fact that we need science, technology, and innovation in order to achieve the Sustainable Development Goals. To this end, science and modern technology will allow us to carry out our work effectively. Also, mechanization of work and modern analysis are all going to be effective tools and will give us capacity that thus far has been unprecedented. Our world needs, at the same time as AI, an increase in emotional intelligence in our leadership. Otherwise, we are going to have artificial intelligence that lacks compassion. In the interest of promoting peace and sustainability, it is very important that with AI, even though it's difficult to regulate new technologies, nonetheless, we do need to find a regulation for AI. Otherwise, we might pass by the opportunities. Indeed, regulation is not necessarily a synonym for restrictions. That's not what it means. Rather, we should be able to provide a framework for AI, and we should be able to help people to see misinformation for what it is. We should also be able to protect personal data and promote our democratic processes. And we would also like to encourage those who use AI to use languages other than just English, because this is a linguistic injustice. In short, we are going to be stronger if we pull together and if we work on guidelines and benchmarks for the use of AI, and if we share and have an ongoing exchange of experiences between our countries. This will also shore up our cooperation because we will be stronger if we work together. Thank you very much. May God bless you all. Thank you.
Thank you, Burundi. Next, we have Algeria. Algeria will be followed by Bhutan. Thank you.
بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم والصلاة والسلام على أشرف
In the name of God, the merciful and the compassionate. Madam Chair, Your Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, Secretary General, first and foremost, I would like to offer my thanks to the IPU President and also to the Secretariat, led by the Secretary General, for the excellent organization of this assembly. I'd also like to offer my thanks to the Swiss authorities. I also congratulate the IPU for selecting this topic, which is harnessing science, technology, and innovation for a more peaceful and sustainable future. And this topic is all the more relevant today, looking at what is happening in terms of technological developments. Indeed, science doesn't just allow us to understand the world around us. Rather, science is also the cornerstone for all sustainable development, and it will allow us to exploit natural resources in a fair manner. We will also be able to tap into science and innovation in order to make use of resources to benefit all of humanity. Today, we ask the question of what we can do, working through technology and innovation to achieve a more sustainable world. How can we benefit from the fruits of technological progress from an economic and social perspective? Furthermore, how can we get away from bombs and what are known as intelligent weapons? Looking at what is unfolding at the moment in the Middle East, we are seeing Israel committing crimes in Gaza and in Lebanon, and they are committing these crimes flouting all international humanitarian standards. We see how technological progress and science can be used for malevolent means rather than to serve to foster peace and sustainability. Today, therefore, it is incumbent upon us to pull together in order to build a better future. We need to put forward a unified vision, making safe use of these technologies, in particular technologies that are AI-based. Today, moreover, we see the negative effects that these technologies can have, namely AI, and as a result, we need to cooperate and share experiences and best practices so that each and every one of us might actually benefit from these technologies and innovations in the interest of responding to the development needs of our societies. We, as parliamentarians, have our role to play in developing these technologies. In addition, it is our responsibility to ensure that these technologies are used in a safe, logical manner. It is up to us to promote the use of STI in education and in relevant sectors, so that technology might be able to bring more dignity to humankind. The President of Algeria has on more than one occasion reaffirmed the importance of STIs and underscored how beneficial they can be for our societies. That's why we have a national strategy in Algeria, which will promote a safe use of technologies in different sectors such as agriculture, health, or public services. We have also developed a strategy seeking to shore up education and educational programs using STI. We have done this working in partnership with universities and other academies in the country. what we want to do is to promote and make our infrastructure more robust through a modern use of artificial intelligence. Today, we give startups incentives to use AI, and the President of the Republic has offered particular incentives for startups who want to make use of these technologies. In short, we are doing everything possible to promote the use of STI, and that is also why we created a national center for STI. We also would like to call for international cooperation in order to face the international challenges that no country can face alone. Next December, Algeria will be hosting the 3rd conference of startups. And the theme will be looking at the importance of technology and science and the role of STI in the development of African countries. Madam Chair, for Algeria, it's always been important that we defend just causes. Therefore, it would be amiss of me to conclude without mentioning what is happening in Gaza and Lebanon. At the moment, we are seeing that the Israeli crimes are continuing. And this is because Israel enjoys impunity for these crimes. They are defying all UN resolutions that have been adopted thus far on the subject. Therefore, with all due respect, I do want now to underscore the right of Palestinians and how important it is that the relevant resolutions adopted by the UN be respected. I refer to the last resolution, which calls for a ceasefire, both in Gaza and in Palestine, for the next 12 months. I believe that we all must do everything we can to protect the rights of Palestinians by calling for an immediate ceasefire in Palestine and in Lebanon. At the same time, we need to ensure that humanitarian aid reaches these countries, and we must defend the Palestinian cause according to the two-state solution. We find it regrettable that our efforts thus far, our efforts in Angola, for instance, at the last assembly, we regret that we did not manage to get an emergency item passed at our last assembly. I certainly hope that this time around we will be able to take a clear stand respecting our values and humanitarian law. As parliamentarians, today it is up to us to seek peaceful solutions for all conflicts around the world, particularly those that are unfolding on the African continent. And may God bless you all. Thank you.
Honorable Speaker, I now have Bhutan. Bhutan, you have the floor, please.
Madam President, Secretary General, Excellencies, distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen. Today, it is an honor for me to represent my country. At the onset, I would like to convey to this august assembly the warm greetings of my king and the people of the country, alongside the fraternal sentiments of the Parliament of Bhutan. Also, allow me to congratulate Madam President on your election. My delegation and I extend our best wishes to you, and we would like to assure you of our full support as you steer through the work of this assembly. As we engage in our work, let us remember that our collective strength lies in our ability to nurture not just the well-being of our nations, but the happiness of the people and the health of our planet. Madam President, the theme of this year's general debate, Harnessing Science, Technology, and Innovation
for a more peaceful and sustainable future is most timely and relevant in an era we see democracy under strain and conflicts on the rise. It is a call to harness the positive power of STI to address the global challenges and pave the way for a more harmonious and sustainable world. As the world faces increasing conflict, it is crucial to leverage STI to build societies that promote peace, well-being, and sustainability as envisioned through Bhutan's lens of gross national happiness, which emphasizes a balanced approach to development, ensuring that economic progress is aligned with environmental sustainability, cultural preservation, and good governance. The experience from the COVID-19 pandemic has underscored the importance of science and technology in tackling global challenges while exposing disparities in access to advancement, especially for small and developing countries like Bhutan. Bhutan has been leveraging science and technology to achieve our development goals. From harnessing hydropower as a clean energy source to promoting digital literacy and innovation in governance, STI has been integrated in our national development plans, and several significant initiatives have been taken for sustainable development. Bhutan has launched National Digital Identity Initiative in 2023, a digital identity solution based on self-sovereign identity and decentralized identifier technologies. Our national science and technology policy fosters research, innovation, and STEM education, creating a supportive environment for scientific development. Investments are being made in renewable energy, including hydropower, to achieve our goal of remaining a carbon-negative nation and promoting energy practices. The climate resilience and environmental monitoring efforts using satellite technology and data analytics address climate change impacts and develop resilient strategies. Additionally, the expansion of health technology and telemedicine is improving health access and equality, especially in remote areas. The Parliament of Bhutan is actively embracing technology to enhance efficiency and sustainability through our e-Parliament initiative. By transitioning to a paperless environment, we are promoting transparency and accountability while contributing to environmental sustainability and good governance. Madam President, in this context, the development of the IPU Charter on the Ethics of Science and Technology is timely and essential initiative. Bhutan supports this charter as it will provide a framework for ensuring that technological advancements are pursued with strong ethical foundations, balancing innovation with respect for human rights and societal values. Further, the discussion of the Standing Committee on Democracy and Human Rights on the impact of artificial intelligence on democracy and human rights and the rule of law are of critical importance. Artificial intelligence, while offering transformative potential, also poses risks to our democratic values, privacy, and human rights. Bhutan supports a balanced approach where the benefits of AI can be harnessed without compromising our ethical standards, democratic principle, and the rule of law. In the times of rapid change and uncertainty, the role of multilateralism and global cooperation has never been crucial. The IPU, as a global platform for parliamentary dialogue, plays an essential role in fostering understanding, building consensus, and facilitating collective action on global issues. Bhutan remains committed to engaging constructively in these dialogues and working with all member states to promote peace, democracy, and sustainable development. Bhutan wishes to draw attention to the linkages between climate change and the use of technology. As a country highly vulnerable to climate change, we are experiencing melting glaciers, erratic rainfall, frequent floods, and other climatic disasters which affect our predominantly agrarian population. We recognize technology and innovation must be leveraged to address these environmental challenges, mitigate climate impacts, build resilience. We hope that our deliberations will acknowledge the crucial role of STI in addressing climate-related challenges and ensuring sustainable development. Bhutan's commitment to multilateralism is further reflected in active participation in United Nations peacekeeping operations. Despite being a small country, Bhutan has contributed peacekeeping
Honourable
by
Speaker,
deploying
please
military
conclude.
forces, staff, officers, and even contingent. Bhutan's commitment in peacekeeping is continuing. Madam President, as I conclude, I would like to extend my appreciation to your leadership and the IPU Secretariat for your invaluable support and for providing us with this platform to engage in the meaningful dialogue. Our discussion on the role of science and technology and innovation in achieving a sustainable future have been insightful and reaffirm our collective commitment to addressing a challenge. Bhutan remains dedicated to contributing to this important discourse, and we will stand ready to collaborate with all the member states in pursuit of equity, inclusivity, and sustainability. Together, we can build a more peaceful, prosperous, and sustainable world. Thank you for your patient hearing. Thank you.
Thank you, Bhutan. Next is North Macedonia, followed by Sao Tome and Principe. North Macedonia, you have the floor. Thank you.
Distinguished colleagues, esteemed delegates, the rapid advancement of technology has transformed the way we live, work, and govern. At the same time, we stand at the pivotal moment in history where science, technology, and innovation, STI, hold the key to unlocking immense potential, but also pose risks that could intensify global inequalities and tensions. The role of STI aligns with several of the United Nations Sustainable Development Goals, notably SDG 9 on industry, innovation, and infrastructure, and SDG 17 on partnership for the goals. But it is also deeply connected to SDG 16, the promotion of peaceful and inclusive societies. As we reflect on these goals, we must focus not only on the opportunities STI offers, but also on the ethical responsibility to ensure that its benefits are shared equitably, leaving no one behind. Let me highlight a few key areas where parliaments have a critical role to play. One of the most pressing challenges is the growing global technological divide between the developed and developing worlds. While many nations enjoy the benefits of cutting-edge technology, millions still lack access to basic digital infrastructure. Parliaments have the responsibility to advocate for policies that promote equitable access to STI, ensuring that advancements in technology benefit all segments of society, particularly women, youth, and marginalized communities. This includes investing in digital literacy, expanding broadband infrastructure, and encouraging public-private partnership to support technology transfer to developing nations. The IPU's work in promoting science for peace schools is an excellent example on how inclusive educational initiatives can turn potential conflicts into opportunities for peaceful coexistence. As we embrace the potential of technologies like artificial intelligence, machine learning, and automation, we must also be vigilant in managing their risks. These technologies have transformative potential, but can lead to technological unemployment, data privacy issues, and even misuse for malicious purposes. The dual-use nature of many technologies, such as AI being used for both civilian and military application, raises complex questions about security and governance. The IPU Working Group on Science and Technology and its efforts on the draft charter on the ethics of science and technology provide a roadmap for creating ethical frameworks that ensure technology serves humanity. Another critical area for parliamentary action is addressing the socio-economic impacts of technological change. As automation and AI transform industries, there is an increasing risk of job displacement, particularly for vulnerable groups. In line with SDG 8 on decent work and economic growth, we must ensure that our economies adapt to these changes in a way that protects workers' rights. Parliaments should focus on programs to help workers transition to new jobs in the digital economy. We should also support policies that promote STI education for women and young people, as well as gender equality in STEM fields. Women's participation brings diverse perspectives that are essential for addressing complex global challenges. Dear colleagues, as we look to the future, we must recognize that STI is not neutral. It can either be a force for good or a tool of division. It is essential that we insert ethical consideration into all STI policies to ensure that technology is used to promote peace and human rights. This includes creating safe online environments to prevent cyberbullying, harassment, and cybercrime, particularly for women and marginalized groups. My country, North Macedonia, understands the value of peace building through technology because we have seen how innovative solutions can be leveraged to resolve conflicts and rebuild communities. By fostering science and technology collaborations, we can turn potential sources of conflicts into opportunities for dialogue and cooperation. Finally, parliaments must enhance their capacity to utilize scientific evidence in lawmaking and oversight. Mechanisms that improve communication and collaboration between scientists, policymakers, civil society, and the private sector are vital. As parliamentarians, we can play a key role in facilitating these dialogues and ensuring that our legislative work is grounded in sound evidence-based research. In conclusion, science, technology, and innovation have the potential to bring about a more peaceful, just, and sustainable future, but only if we act responsibly, inclusively, and ethically. As parliamentarians, we have the responsibility to ensure that STI serves the common good and addresses the urgent global challenges that we face. Thank you very much to all.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Next is Sao Tome and Principe. After that, it's Seychelles will follow. Thank you. Sao Tome, Principe, and Principe, you have the floor, please.
Excelentíssimo Senhor.
Your Excellency, the President of the Interparliamentary Union, Your Excellency, the Secretary General of the Interparliamentary Union, Your Excellency, Presidents of the Office of Women Parliamentarians of the Interparliamentary Union, honorable members of this Assembly, ladies and gentlemen, it's with great honor that I address this General Assembly of the Interparliamentary Union to express my gratitude to the members of the IPU, of our gratitude for the valuable opportunity given to us to take part in this event by providing a space for dialogue and strengthening ties between the different parliaments represented, also promotes and intensifies interparliamentary cooperation throughout the world. In fact, we are meeting today under the slogan Harnessing Science, Technology and Innovation for a more peaceful, sustainable future, in order to reflect on how we can harness the potential of these advances to create a more peaceful, sustainable and just world in the light of the rapid progress made in this area by artificial intelligence, which, despite generating great opportunities, has presented significant challenges, making it difficult to strike the fundamental balance between technological innovation and regulation. As this issue is linked to Sustainable Development Goals and the United Nations Declarations on Human Rights, it is imperative that it be recognized as part of the formulation of policies and the design of a pact for the future of the United Nations. Because in this world, where science, technology, and innovation play an indispensable role in economic, social, and environmental development, it is essential that we introduce regulatory measures aimed at harmonizing collision between developed countries and in developed, forging this way more peaceful and happy national societies, promoting the inclusion of young people as well as women, as well as guaranteeing the management and control of risks and dangers associated with them. Because of this, it is vital that such regulatory measures are flexible and adaptable to each country, and knowing that each nation keeps up with the accelerating pace of technological development, and this should happen while protecting fundamental rights, guaranteeing transparency, and promoting the ethical use of artificial intelligence. This is why I consider the role of parliaments crucial, because we have the responsibility to act in favor of the well-being of citizens, ensuring the formulation of evidence-based public policies. It is also essential to create a favorable regulatory environment, to incorporate sustainability and social inclusion, to promote education and training, to stimulate international cooperation, protect the environment and the environment, society against the misuse of technology, and plan for the long term. Collaborations between governments, private sector, experts and civil society will be crucial to ensure that artificial intelligence is developed and used in a fair and safe manner. These partnerships must involve the creation of clear and comprehensive guidelines that promote ongoing dialogue between the parties interested. Speakers, Your Excellencies, the National Assembly of Sao Tome and Príncipe, by means of Law Number 7/2017, the law on the organization and operation of the National Agency of the Protection of Personal Data, established that the National Agency for the Protection of Personal Data as an external body with its own regulations. This agency has the important responsibility of monitoring and supervising compliance with legal and regulatory provisions on personal data protection, always with strict respect for human rights and freedoms and guarantees enshrined in the Constitution and other laws. This endeavour is part of a perspective that aims to balance the rapid advance of artificial intelligence with the imperative need to regulate and protect society against potential abuses such as discrimination, violence, and the spread of false information. At this crucial time of technological transformation, the role of parliaments in building ethical frameworks for science, technology, and innovation is more urgent than ever. The rise of disruptive technologies, such as artificial intelligence, biotechnology, and the Internet of Things, offers great opportunities for the human development. Nonetheless, these progresses also bring profound challenges that can impact directly on the life of each woman and man on this planet. I will end my speech by underlining the importance of the responsible use and development of science and technology globally, guided by solid ethical principles that can guarantee a fair and sustainable future for all. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Sao Tome and Principe. And the next one is Seychelles. Seychelles, please. Seychelles, you have the floor. Thank you. Followed by Thailand. Thank you.
Madam Chair, colleague delegates, ladies and gentlemen, good evening. The grounds of this debate has been well defined up to now. The words in our theme before us have been presented to us as keys to the future, and indeed they are. Science, technology, and innovation may be what we need to ensure development, to bring strong economies that will provide everything that we need, and societies that will be well organized. And the two together ensuring happiness for all. But the question has also been raised. What kind of world will it also bring with it? Or, in other words, more positively, how do we get them to work for us, to create the world that we want to live in? Indeed, when I saw the words science, technology, and innovation in the theme, it made me remember a book. This is a novel by the English author Aldous Huxley called Brave New World, published almost 100 years ago now. In that story, technology is the tool that creates a seemingly perfect world of plenty and happiness for all, but destroying individuality and personal freedom. That portrayal, presented to us a century ago, has not come to pass. Mankind has proved more resilient. But surprisingly, the debate is still the same. The stakes before us have remained the same. Technology have seen different waves of advancement. After the Industrial Revolution, we have been through air travel, we have seen the World Wide Net, and we have seen other waves of technological advancement. But the question remains, how are we putting it to the benefit of all mankind and of not just a few? How do we avoid the dangers that it poses? And how do we really build a better world in it? Today, the debate is burning on the latest breakthrough in technology, and that is artificial intelligence, or machine learning, as it is also called. Science, technology, and innovation in their uses can impact all areas of human endeavor. They can help us solve the world problems, but they can also change our world in ways that most of us don't want. Some examples are already known. There has been a lot of talk, for instance, about climate change raised in this debate. This is the greatest threat to life as we know it on the planet. This in itself, as we have come to accept, is most likely the result of industrial advances. In other words, technology. But the same technology that can help destroy the world can also help us to save it. Again, in the example of climate change, science and technology can help us to reverse the destructive impacts, for instance, by finding clean energy that will enable us to power development while not polluting our environment. I have been impressed with the hope that has been raised in this meeting, in particular, the possibility of alternate energy sources that can alter the course of human activity on our planet. Dear colleagues, coming from a small island state that is part of the continent of Africa, I cannot speak for the world. I can also say a few words for developing countries like my own and the continent to which my country belongs. First of all, for us, we have to ensure that we are not left behind in emerging scientific and technological advances, and especially that we are not at the mercy of what happens in the developed world. This, unfortunately, has been the pattern of history. We have to learn how to keep abreast of technological advancements and derive benefits from what is good, but we also have to know how to protect ourselves from what is bad. Another point is that we have also to see how these technological advances benefit not just the elites in our country or the small number of people who are able to master it, but that they can benefit all of our population. In my mind, dear colleagues, there is only one magic word, and that is education. Education for a modern world is the key that opens all doors. It is what will allow us to cope and to prosper. First of all, education and training can help us master advances in these fields and chart our path through them. It will allow us to keep up with developments and turn them to our own needs. So if there is anything that we should do, it will be to boost access to education, to make sure that every child in our countries can get all the opportunity to develop their abilities to the full. In regards to Africa, we have to ask, what can we do for the children that do not have a clear path to education? Access to education is the key to a knowledge-based economy that can master technological advances and not be subdued by them. We must improve access, we must improve foundational education that ensures that every child has the basic tools to ensure lifelong learning. We must also improve the quality of the education, modernize and adapt it to today's challenges. And since we are talking about science and technology, it means incorporating these subjects more comprehensively in our educational system. So, dear colleagues, we must invest in education. There is a role for parliaments, of course, and it is to strengthen the access to education and the quality of the education. Because in the end, it is only citizens who know the issues, who can analyze and make sound judgments, and who can decide for themselves what is good for them, who will make the difference in what happens in the future. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, Seychelles. After Seychelles, we have Thailand. After Thailand, it will be Liechtenstein, and followed by Parlatino. Thank you.
ท่านประธานสมัชชาท่านผู้แทนรัฐสภาประเทศสมาชิกเพื่อนสมาชิกผู้ทรงเกียรติทุกท่านครับเช่นเดียวกับนานาประเทศไทยมุ่งหวังว่าวิทยาศาสตร์เทคโนโลยีและนวัตกรรมจะเป็นกุญแจดอกสำคัญในการพลิกโฉมหน้าของประเทศอย่างก้าวกระโดดเป็นกลจักรสำคัญในการผลักดันประเทศไปสู่เศรษฐกิจที่ขับเคลื่อนด้วยนวัตกรรมขจัดความยากจนและลดความเหลื่อมล้ำพร้อมทั้งกระจายความเจริญของเศรษฐกิจและสังคมสู่คนทุกกลุ่มโดยเฉพาะกลุ่มเปราะบางและกลุ่มชายขอบตลอดจนสร้างโอกาสใหม่และความพร้อมของประเทศเพื่อมุ่งสู่อนาคตอย่างสมดุลและมั่นคงเพื่อให้บรรลุเป้าหมายของการพัฒนาที่ยั่งยืนของสหประชาชาติภายในปีพ.ศ. 2573 โดยไม่ละทิ้งผู้ใดไว้เบื้องหลังภายใต้แผนด้านวิทยาศาสตร์วิจัยและนวัตกรรมปีพ.ศ. 2566 ถึง 2570 และพระราชบัญญัติการส่งเสริมวิทยาศาสตร์การวิจัยและนวัตกรรมพ.ศ. 2562 ไทยมุ่งมั่นที่จะส่งเสริมและสนับสนุนการพัฒนา
The interpreters apologize. There is no Thai to English interpretation available. No Thai into English interpretation available.
An apology to say there is no Thai to English interpretation, unfortunately.
ได้ทันต่อพลวัตการเปลี่ยนแปลงของโลกพร้อมทั้งรับความท้าทายใหม่ๆในอนาคตโดยคำนึงถึงความยั่งยืนของสิ่งแวดล้อมเพื่อให้ประเทศไทยสามารถก้าวพ้นจากการเป็นประเทศที่มีรายได้ปานกลางและเป็นศูนย์กลางด้านทรัพยากรมนุษย์สมรรถนะสูงของอาเซียนประเทศไทยได้ประกาศวิสัยทัศน์วิชั่น 2030 ซึ่งนอกจากจะมุ่งหมายให้ไทยเจริญเติบโตอย่างยั่งยืนด้วยเศรษฐกิจสร้างสรรค์และสร้างเศรษฐกิจสร้างคุณค่าและพลิกโฉมประเทศให้เป็นศูนย์กลางด้านอุตสาหกรรมของโลกผ่านการลงทุนและการโอนถ่ายเทคโนโลยีในอุตสาหกรรมชั้นนำได้แก่เศรษฐกิจดิจิทัลการเป็นศูนย์กลางทางการแพทย์และสุขภาพมูลค่าสูงเป็นผู้นำด้านสินค้าเกษตรและแปรรูปอาหารและอาหารที่มีคุณค่าและมูลค่าสูงของโลกการพัฒนาเทคโนโลยีพลังงานหมุนเวียนเป็นศูนย์กลางการผลิตยานยนต์ไฟฟ้าของภูมิภาคไทยยังมีความมุ่งมั่นที่จะเป็นผู้นำด้านเทคโนโลยีและนวัตกรรมเพื่อมุ่งสู่การเป็นศูนย์กลางด้านเทคโนโลยีปัญญาประดิษฐ์ของภูมิภาคอาเซียนภายในปี 2570 ในช่วงหนึ่งทศวรรษที่ผ่านมารัฐสภาไทยได้ดำเนินการด้านนิติบัญญัติอย่างต่อเนื่องเพื่อเอื้ออำนวยให้การพัฒนาวิทยาศาสตร์เทคโนโลยีและนวัตกรรมของประเทศเป็นไปเพื่อเสริมศักยภาพในการแข่งขันอย่างยั่งยืนอาทิพระราชบัญญัติส่งเสริมการใช้ประโยชน์งานวิจัยและนวัตกรรมพ.ศ. 2564 เพื่ออำนวยให้เกิดความคล่องตัวในการบริหารจัดการผลงานวิจัยและนวัตกรรมและเพิ่มโอกาสในการถ่ายทอดเทคโนโลยีไปยังภาคเอกชนเพื่อนำไปใช้ขยายผลในเชิงพาณิชย์และสาธารณประโยชน์ได้อย่างกว้างขวางโดยล่าสุดร่างพระราชบัญญัติสถาบันวิจัยวิทยาศาสตร์และเทคโนโลยีแห่งประเทศไทยพ.ศ.ได้ผ่านความเห็นชอบโดยฉันทามติจากที่ประชุมสภาผู้แทนราษฎรในวาระที่ 3 เมื่อวันที่ 25 กันยายน 2567 และวุฒิสภาได้มีมติรับหลักการแห่งร่างพระราชบัญญัติฉบับดังกล่าวไว้พิจารณาในวาระที่ 1 เมื่อวันจันทร์ที่ 7 ตุลาคม 2567 ซึ่งจะส่งผลให้ระบบวิจัยและนวัตกรรมของประเทศเข้มแข็งยิ่งขึ้นในยุคสมัยแห่งการเปลี่ยนผ่านไปสู่ดิจิทัลประเทศไทยได้ลงทุนอย่างต่อเนื่องในการนำเทคโนโลยีและนวัตกรรมดิจิทัล มาใช้ในการยกระดับคุณภาพการทำงานด้านนิติบัญญัติเพื่อเพิ่มประสิทธิภาพและความคล่องตัวตามมาตรฐานสากลเพื่อให้ข้อมูลและกระบวนการทำงานของรัฐสภาเปิดกว้างและโปร่งใสต่อการตรวจสอบให้การมีส่วนร่วมของประชาชนเป็นไปโดยสะดวกยิ่งขึ้นทั้งนี้เพื่อให้รัฐสภาไทยมุ่งสู่การเป็นรัฐสภาดิจิทัลรัฐสภาเปิดและรัฐสภาสีเขียวที่ลดการใช้ทรัพยากรอย่างเต็มรูปแบบท้ายนี้รัฐสภาไทยพร้อมเป็นอย่างยิ่งที่จะขยายความร่วมมือและการเป็นหุ้นส่วนกับรัฐสภามิตรประเทศในการใช้วิทยาศาสตร์เทคโนโลยีและนวัตกรรมเป็นหัวใจสำคัญในการพัฒนาสังคมเศรษฐกิจฐานความรู้ที่มีประชาชนเป็นศูนย์กลางและลดผลกระทบต่อสิ่งแวดล้อมรวมถึงเป็นเครื่องมือในการแก้ไขปัญหาสังคมในทุกมิติพวกเราในฐานะผู้แทนปวงชนจึงมีหน้าที่ในการสร้างหลักประกันว่าวิทยาการที่ก้าวล้ำจะช่วยให้คุณภาพชีวิตของผู้คนในสังคมดีขึ้นในทุกระดับและเป็นประโยชน์กับทุกคนอย่างทั่วถึงเท่าเทียมและเป็นธรรมอย่างแท้จริงเพื่ออนาคตที่สดใสของอนุชนรุ่นหลังตลอดจนเพื่อความยั่งยืนของโลกใบนี้สืบไปขอบคุณครับ
Thank you, Thailand. Liechtenstein, you have the floor, followed by Parlatino. Thank you.
Madam President, Excellencies, dear colleagues, it is an honor to speak to you today in a topic that holds immense promise for humanity: how we can harness science, technology and innovation, or STI, to build a more peaceful and sustainable future. We live in an era of unprecedented change. Every day, advancements in science and technology reshape our world in ways that were unimaginable just a few decades ago. From artificial intelligence to renewable energy, from medical breakthroughs to space exploration, human ingenuity is pushing the boundaries of what is possible. But with great power comes great responsibility. How we choose to use these tools will determine the future of our planet and the well-being of its inhabitants. First, let us look at sustainability. The climate crisis is the defining challenge of our time. Rising temperatures, extreme weather events, and biodiversity loss are just a few of the signs that we are reaching the limits of what our planet can endure. But while this is a moment of danger, it is also a moment of opportunity. Science and technology offer us solutions to tackle the climate crisis. Renewable energy technologies like solar and wind power have become more efficient and affordable, and they offer a path away from fossil fuels. Innovations in agriculture can help us feed a growing global population without destroying our ecosystems. Additionally, the development of smart cities can reduce carbon footprints, making urban spaces more livable and environmentally friendly. However, these technologies alone are not enough. We must ensure that they are accessible to all, especially to the developing world. A sustainable future can only be realized if we address the inequalities that exist in the distribution of technology and resources. Now, let's turn to the question of peace. Technology has always been a double-edged sword in this regard. While it can enable destructive conflicts, it can also be a powerful force for peace. History has shown us how breakthroughs such as satellite communications and the internet have connected people across borders, facilitating dialogue, cooperation, and understanding. Today, innovations in cybersecurity, blockchain, and AI can play a role in conflict prevention and peace building. These technologies can track and verify peace agreements, combat misinformation, and improve transparency in governance. Furthermore, technology can serve as a tool for education, promoting the values of tolerance, diversity, and empathy. By fostering connections across cultures and giving marginalized voices a platform, we can build a more peaceful and inclusive global community. Innovation, in its essence, is about problem solving. It requires us to think creatively and look at challenges from new perspectives. But to truly harness the potential of innovation, we must foster an environment that encourages it. This means investing in education, particularly in STEM fields, science, technology, engineering, and mathematics, and ensuring that the next generation is equipped with the skills needed to address the challenges of tomorrow. Governments, businesses, and civil society all have a role to play in creating the conditions for innovation to thrive. Collaboration is key. The challenges we face today, whether they are related to climate change, health crisis, or political instability, are too complex for any one sector or country to solve alone. We must share knowledge and work together towards common goals. However, we must also recognize that ethical dilemmas that come with technological advancement. As we build powerful new tools, we must ask ourselves critical questions. How do we ensure that technologies are used for good? How do we protect privacy and human rights in the age of AI and big data? And how do we prevent the misuse of innovations that could fuel conflict? It is essential that we develop robust frameworks for ethical decision-making and governance of STI. This will require cooperation at the international level. In conclusion, science, technology, and innovation offer us the tools we need to build a more peaceful and sustainable future. But they are just that, tools. It is up to us to use them wisely. We must ensure that the benefits of these advancements are shared by all and that they are used to uplift humanity rather than divide it. The future is in our hands. Let us work together to harness the power of STI, to create a world that is not only more innovative, but also more just, more peaceful, and more sustainable. I thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much. The next one is Parlatino, followed by Palacio. Thank you. Parlatino, you have the floor. Thank you.
Señora Presidenta.
Madam President, legislative authorities, distinguished parliamentarians. At the 148th Assembly, the Latin American and Caribbean Parliament was very pleased with the IPU decision to opt for peace and international security as their political and strategic focus for 2024. 6 months down the road, peace and international security are very much in jeopardy. We are seeing genocide of the Palestinian people, which is continuing with full impunity, and we are seeing victims elsewhere as well. The arms industry is benefiting from the market of death, and a third world war is looming large. We would like to learn the historic lesson that in World War II, it was thought the risk was for others, and people looked the other way until the brutal reality of war actually shattered that illusion. In the current international framework, we are seeing fast technological advances, and these represent a risk for all societies to maintain international peace and security. If we are going to move towards peace, we need to be able to face these risks, and we need to work according to international law and the UN Charter. Madam President, AI is changing the world drastically. At the same time, it represents huge potential for sustainable development. As parliamentarians, we must work for this potential and seek to manage these risks, seeking international cooperation, working with the relevant bodies, and promoting a future that is inclusive, responsible for our digital world. We want to improve international governance with AI or of AI to benefit all of humanity. To this end, we need an inclusive focus that is focused on the risk and looking at good governance, digital governance, particularly focusing on the needs of peoples in developing countries. We must not forget that in building democracy, the statement adopted in 1996 in Cairo stated that democracy must be based on a focus on international problems in order to build a common future. And now AI requires a multidisciplinary, multilateral focus. And that is why it is very important that we involve the UN in order to be able to shape this governance. To this end, we require international cooperation to coordinate our governance for AI. At this juncture, international, regional, and national initiatives are very relevant in order to guide AI to ensure that it is safe and inspires confidence. We need to have an inclusive approach, looking at both the opportunities and the risks that AI offers us with regard to sustainable development, humanity, and the rights of individuals. And the 60th anniversary of Parlamento, we paid attention to the challenges of AI for our region in particular, and in July we hosted an interparliamentary conference on this particular issue, and the result of this conference was a statement of principles. We also put forward a model law which is science-based, and also a model law on AI. And this latter legislation calls for an inclusive approach to benefit from AI and to counter the risks using international law, including international human rights law, and also relying on other guidance in order to ensure that there is ethics within the AI in the UN approach, and also the approach from UNESCO. We need to look at the progress made in all aspects of sustainability using AI, and we need to involve all cultures and languages in these efforts. in the interest of promoting the development of countries and communities. This means also international cooperation to help developing countries to have capacity building also in AI, and we need efforts in order to counter the negative impact that emerging technologies can have on employment, on the environment, as well as on peace. President, the IPU has a significant contribution to make when it comes to local and global governance for AI. And we need to do this by sticking to our origins, seeking for peace, and our commitment to human rights and democracy within and between nations. Allow me, please, to make a recommendation looking at studies on AI with regard to international peace and security. The IPU has a group of experts on AI, and they are making their contribution to a follow-up and to promoting legislation in this field. And this group of experts can make recommendations to parliamentarians, keeping them abreast of new and emerging technologies, and they can have periodic reports on technological advances and the impact they might have on international peace and security and disarmament. I'd like to refer to the poet José Martí, who talked about what we needed to improve the world, and he said that we needed to understand the magnitude of the problems and of our obligations. Thank you very much.
The Parliament of Mercosur, Parlasur. Please, you have the floor, followed by the Arab Parliament, please. Thank you. Thank you.
Buenas tardes, señor.
Good afternoon, President. Good afternoon, dear colleagues. It is an honor for the Parliament of Mercosur to be here in this assembly. It is our first time here as an associate member. Our region and the countries of Mercosur, Argentina, Brazil, Paraguay, Uruguay, and Bolivia, we are well familiar with the global reality that we can't hide from. We need to be part of this global reality if we are to actually achieve a more sustainable world. The results that were hoped for the SDGs have not been achieved after a 5-year period of time. And here we see that efforts towards technological development, innovation, and promoting science, these are all things SDI can offer us. It can give us new hope to achieve the SDGs. We know that the gap between industrialized and developing countries, to a large extent, is due to differences in their technological capacity and also due to a lack of governance for the dissemination of technology. In addition, of course, to economic polarization and also social and environmental polarization. From Mercosur, we are seeking for a balance among our member states, and to this end, we have a science, technology, and innovation group which is pursuing a number of initiatives to promote research and scientific, technological, and innovation in the interest of developing capacity in all of our countries, because not all countries have the same capacity at this point. And Mercosur would like to have regional integration, and we would like to use this high-level round table in order to achieve this regional integration. Progress in biotechnology and agricultural technology seek to achieve sustainability of our resources, as well as promoting technological development in healthcare in order to strike a balance between the countries in the bloc. And this is something we've been working on for the last 5 years. I would now like to say that the Mercosur Parliament, at the beginning of the year, put forward recommendations to our member states about an ethical and responsible use of AI with a human rights focus. In particular, the reason for this is that we need a responsible use of AI because this has an impact on democracy and can put at risk democracies in the region through political violence. It can promote hate speech, which polarizes our societies. Through our observance of democracy, working with academics and also civil society, our bloc has worked closely at addressing the issue of cybercrimes and their impact on democracy and the electoral processes. This is an issue which all parliaments should be addressing because our societies have a right to genuine, real information about the candidates they will vote for. And once they have cast their vote, technology needs to be able to guarantee that their will is respected. We can give you an example of our bloc here. We've got the Parliament of Brazil, which is putting on its agenda the regulation of social networks in the electoral process. In addition, we have also worked on accompanying the fourth industrial revolution with regard to SDI in the interest of promoting economic growth in the region, above all in the world of work. We need to maintain a balance. We need to be observant of what is happening, and we need to ensure that technology does not work against humans' capacity for work. It would be remiss of me not to mention that in addition to what we're doing at a regional level, the Parliament next November 11th will be publishing draft legislation about the social use of technology working against cybercrime. We certainly hope that the member states will follow up to the benefit of all of our peoples. Finally, Chair, we think that we cannot forget history, and global history teaches us that our relationship with war and the relationship between war and advancing technology is a reality. We now have 56 armed conflicts raging around the world involving some 100 countries. Therefore, we need to be very alert to the potential of technology which can have a destructive impact in our global reality. Perhaps science, technology and innovation, which is seeking to find solutions to economic, societal, and environmental challenges, is not given the same resources which are allocated to STI for escalating conflict. And therefore, in our parliaments, in all four corners of the earth, it is incumbent on us to work hard to ensure that international treaties on disarmament and anti-nuclear treaties are respected, and we also need to update them. I have no doubt that the hundreds of thousands or millions of citizens who voted to put us here where we are, they all want that we work for peace. And Parlasur, through parliamentary diplomacy and democracy, we will be working with the firm conviction that we are part of the necessary process to restore peace in the world. That is our job. Thank you very much.
I now invite the Arab Parliament. Thank you. Arab Parliament, yeah.
أصحاب المعالي والسعادة رئيس
Excellencies, speakers of parliaments, heads of and members of delegations, ladies and gentlemen, may the peace and blessings of God be upon you. First of all, I would like to express my deepest pleasure to be participating in the 149th IPU Assembly. And the topic of this general debate is of utmost importance, particularly in light of the opportunities and benefits of science, technology, and innovation in our daily life. Artificial intelligence is no longer a simple luxury. It has become a necessity in order to keep up with the latest developments. We in the Arab Parliament, we understand the importance of governance of artificial intelligence and the need to put in place Arab strategies to benefit from this new technology and face the challenges that it poses, taking into account the particularity of Arab societies and their values. In this regard, the Arab Parliament has adopted the first legislation in terms of artificial intelligence to be a model for Arab countries in this regard. And during the 6th conference of the Arab Speakers of Parliament last February, it issued a document entitled Arab Vision for the Use of Artificial Intelligence. It included a number of recommendations regarding the good governance in terms of artificial intelligence in the Arab world. The Arab Parliament realizes and acknowledges the importance of this topic. Therefore, we have created a parliamentary committee that deals with science and technology to adopt legislations in this very important field. It includes representatives of Arab parliaments. Ladies and gentlemen, last October, and during the meeting of the UN General Assembly, the General Assembly of the Arab Parliaments that was held in Angola, we condemned the massacres and the genocide that is being perpetrated by the Israeli entity against women, children, and the elderly in Gaza and the occupied Palestinian territory. None of us imagined that these massacres would be still ongoing 1 year later, without a strong and firm stance by the international community to put an end to these terrorist crimes that have blatantly violated all international laws and human rights laws. The explanatory memorandum about this general debate talked about benefiting and harnessing science, technology, and innovation for a more peaceful and sustainable future. However, for more than 1 year, the whole world has been watching how the occupying forces has been using technology and force to kill children, women, and the elderly, and turn them into corpses, in addition to the complete destruction of the infrastructure, including hospitals, schools, mosques, and refugee camps. These terrorist crimes have been ongoing for more than a year, and they constitute a blatant example of how the occupying force is using science and technology to destroy humanity instead of using them for peace and a sustainable future. Therefore, we cannot accept a regime that adopts a policy of double standards, and we must ensure the respect of international laws and international covenants and instruments. We, as parliamentarians, we must have a firm stance, and we must make our voices heard in the face of this hypocrisy, international hypocrisy vis-à-vis the crimes being committed in Gaza and the occupied territory. This is leading the whole region into an unknown and uncharted territory at the expense of international law and international legitimacy. The IPU, being the biggest parliamentary organization in the world that represents all the peoples of the world, must have a clear stance with regards to these terrorist crimes, not only in solidarity with the brotherly Palestinian people, but with the entire humanity that rejects the blatant aggressions taking place in Palestine. We must call on the representatives of the free peoples of the world to support the emergency item on Palestine that is being submitted on behalf of the Arab group in support of the Palestinian cause. you are faced with a historic responsibility. The Palestinian people is being submitted to all sorts of crimes and massacres. Unarmed civilians are being bombed by planes and all sorts of weapons. Unfortunately, this war is killing innocents and children. If the corpses and the bodies of these children cannot prompt you to adopt an item to support these children, I don't know what will. You all have children. I hope that you will stand in support of the Palestinian people today in order to put an end to this blatant and horrendous aggression that has been ongoing for more than 1 year. The international community is still unable to put an end to these massacres. And unfortunately, that the Israeli delegate will have a statement, and I hope that you will all boycott the statement in support of the Palestinian people.
Thank you. I now announce the end of the A list, which is the list of presiding officers of parliaments. We shall therefore move to B list, which is composed of list of speakers from delegations. I now call upon Israel. I think they're next in line. Thank you. Welcome back. He was saying he hopes we boycott.
Distinguished delegates, just today I overheard a parliament member here ask, why can't Israel just stop? Why can't they just give in and make it easier for everyone? These voices are not new. Every time the Jewish people stands up against tyranny, the world asks us to surrender in the name of so-called peace and quiet. But Israel's fight today is not just about our own survival. It is about standing against the very forces of tyranny that have threatened our people for thousands of years. From Abraham, who defied the false gods of his day, to Moses, who led our people from the chains of slavery, to the Maccabees, who stood against the mighty Hellenistic Empire, our history is a legacy of defiance. On October 7th, Israel was attacked in the most brutal and inhuman way imaginable. Over 1,200 men, women, and children were not just killed. They were not just killed, they were slaughtered. Babies were murdered in their cribs. Entire families were executed together. Women were raped and then paraded in the streets of Gaza. Innocents taken hostage, including 101 hostages, still held to this day in terror dungeons without any human rights. We demand their immediate release. The world must demand their immediate release. This was not war, it was a massacre. And yet, instead of condemning the barbaric acts of Hamas, the world turns to question Israel's right to defend itself. The ICC threatens to prosecute Israeli leaders. Their so-called crime? Defending their people from bloodthirsty terrorists. Some in the ICJ dare to accuse Israel, a country that embraces international law, of genocide, while those who seek our destruction openly call for our genocide and actively attempt to make it a reality. This is not justice, this is a mockery of international law. The fact is that Israel cares more about Palestinian civilians than Hamas ever will. While Israel takes extensive measures to avoid civilian casualties, Hamas uses its own people as human shields, turning homes, schools, and hospitals into military targets. Every civilian death is a tragedy to us. For Hamas, it's part of their strategy. Throughout history, the Jewish people have always been singled out and attacked by the world's tyrants. Why? Because we carry the idea of freedom and justice. Shabbat, a day of rest, was seen as an affront to tyrants who wanted their slaves to work endlessly. The idea of limited government comes from our tradition, which calls for rulers not to be all-powerful. So does the concept of human dignity, that every individual is made in the image of God, a concept that has inspired movements for freedom worldwide. This has never made the tyrants happy. from Pharaoh in Egypt to the pogroms in Europe, from the destruction of our two temples to the exile of the Jews from their land, from the Spanish Inquisition to the Edict of Expulsion in England, from the Tritel in North Africa to the Farhud in Iraq, from the Crusades to the Holocaust, tyrants throughout history have tried to break us because we would not bow to their toxic ideologies. We refuse to bow, we refuse to renounce our faith, and we refused to disappear. Today, we once again stand firm. Just as Mordechai refused to bow before Haman in ancient Persia, we refuse to bow before the tyrants of modern Persia, the Ayatollah regime of Iran. Make no mistake, Hamas does not act alone. Together with Hezbollah in Lebanon, the Houthis in Yemen, and other proxies, they operate under the direction of Iran, the world's leading sponsor of terror. Iran's goal is not just the destruction of Israel, but control over the entire Middle East and eventually the whole world. Iran, that has now also directly attacked Israel, also seeks nuclear weapons to achieve this aim. If a regime that glorifies death gains nuclear weapons, it will have the power to destabilize civilization as we know it. The Middle East today stands at a crossroads. There are two possible futures. One of hope, represented by the Abraham Accords, where Jews and Arabs build a future together, or the other one of endless war driven by Iran's ambition and terror. I call the world, choose the path of the Abraham Accords and help us defeat Iran's terror. To those who stand with us, I say thank you. To those who waver, I say stand up for what is right. History will judge us by the choices we make today. Every regime that has tried to make Israel disappear has disappeared itself. The pharaohs enslaved us, but we were freed and built an eternal nation. Where are the pharaohs today? The Babylonians exiled us, but we returned and rebuilt our homeland. Where are the Babylonians today? The Hellenistic Empire tried to destroy our faith, but we survived. Where are they today? The Nazis tried to exterminate us, but we not only survived, we thrived and rebuilt our ancient homeland. Where are the Nazis today? Today, our enemies hold the same toxic genocidal ideology. They can try, but we will stand firm, defend ourselves, and we will win. We will not stop until we defeat this evil and release our hostages for the good of Israel, for the good of the Middle East, and for the good of the entire world.
Israel,
thank you.
Conclude. Thank you. Thank you. At this time, we have two requests for a right of reply. We have Rwanda. Please, you will speak from your seat. Rwanda against DRC. Please speak from where you are seated. Thank you. And then it will be followed by Iran. You have 2 minutes, please, from your seat. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam President. Rwanda would like to exercise the right of reply against the false allegations of the delegation of DRC. The source of insecurity in the DRC stems from the lack of political will to address the root causes of the conflict, coupled with the ongoing collaboration between the government of DRC and its coalition of armed groups, especially the FDLR, genocidal militia sanctioned by UN, who fled to the DRC in the direct aftermath of the 1994 genocide against Tutsi. This collaboration further aggravates violations of fundamental human rights of Congolese Tutsi communities and continues to pose a security threat to the entire region. Rwanda wishes to recall that during the meeting of 14th September 2024, held in Luanda, Angola, which aimed to adopt a harmonized plan for neutralizing the FDLR and lifting Rwandan defense measures agreed upon by experts from Angola, DRC, and Rwanda was not signed. Although this plan had been signed by the FRDC senior military officer and reaffirmed at the meeting, DRC's Minister of Foreign Affairs unexpectedly refused to endorse it, which shocked her counterparts and experts. She also opposed a follow-up expert meeting to finalize the plan's operations. We would wish to inform the Assembly that finally 2 days ago, the 5th ministerial meeting held in Luanda, Angola, signed the report that DRC had refused to sign during the 4th ministerial meeting. We therefore call for effective implementation of these resolutions. Rwanda believes that the solution to the conflict in the eastern DRC should be addressed by the leadership of DRC through dialogue rather than resorting to a ritual blame game playing. While we are committed to peace, we will always be prepared to defend ourselves against any threat to our nation. I thank you.
Thank you, Rwanda. Thank you.
In the name of God, the compassionate and merciful, thank you very much, Madam President. In response to the unrealistic and wrong statements by representative of the resigned government of Yemen, which is a result of motivated bombardment of disinformation of the Western Empire, I call your attention to the following. Iran has never been a part of tension in the region and will never be. And Iran has persistently backed a peaceful solution in Yemen on foundation of the National Salvation Government and formation of unity among all political groups. Western parties, particularly US, by spreading disinformation and in order to cover the undeniable crimes perpetrated at the hands of the Zionist regime, have tried to spread tension in the region, and the main responsibility in Yemen is on the shoulder of the US and Western allies and the criminal Zionists, which continue to bombard unceasingly the oppressed people of Yemen and their critical infrastructure, and also they destroy the infrastructure of Yemeni ports, thereby blocking their ports to humanitarian aid. What Iran did in Yemen was in cooperation with the National Salvation Government in Yemen and upon the request of the National Salvation Government. Of course, I refer to a right point by the representative of Mr. Barkhani regarding the savage crimes of the Zionist regime in Gaza and Lebanon, and the reaction by the legal National Salvation Government against this genocide by the infanticidal Zionist regime. We will support resistance of people in Yemen in safeguarding their independence and in their stand against bombardment by the Israeli pilots, and stress this as the right for their legitimate defense. Please flush out the Zionist representatives from this assembly, and the victory will be with us. And in the Nuremberg II court, we should have trial of the leaders and military commanders of the Zionist regime. Because of the crimes committed by the Zionist regime, the representative of this usurper regime should be expelled from the assembly. Thank you, Madam President.
To make an announcement before the end of the day. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam President. In conformity with Rule 33 of the Assembly, for each assembly, the quorum shall be established on the basis of the number of delegations effectively participating at the first plenary meeting. The quorum shall be announced by the Secretary General at that time. So the number of delegations present in the room were 131, and the quorum is 66. Therefore, the quorum has been achieved. Thank you. I would also like to tell you that there is currently a reception taking place at the invitation of the Swiss delegation It's on the first floor, so on this floor, towards the cafeteria. You probably know where it is. Thank you, and you're all warmly invited. Have a good evening. Tomorrow we'll start again at 9.